What's going on now? You can't just be like, I'm just going to act like everything's normal. is great. Anyway, on for the distraction from that. Yeah.
I just want to skate, man.
What were you doing for work before all of this started?
So, I'm a section on the marketing backstage. And I've been in theater since college, so since about 1990. And I've mostly done construction, backstage work, and backstage prep for regional theater around St. Louis area. I've mostly been in theater inside of work, and we've been here for 16 years.
You work on any big Broadway productions that I know about?
Book of Mormon.
Hey, it's been a while. How long have you been working on that?
Approximately 3.5 years. So we had a small talk about that when I went on the show last summer.
Yeah, because we found out that Tony was up for the role of the main guy.
Point. One of the greatest all-time stories I have on my sleeve in this crazy.
I'd love to hear. I sent us something of you guys to hear. If you guys are willing to put up
Sure. Absolutely. You've taken us to outer space. Let's see what's next.
the 400 song in that up. What I wanted for my birthday.
Oh my God. That sounds like Bill Nye, like jumping in the middle of the garage. He's been doing comedy for 9 minutes and already trying to sell himself off.
Right.
If I could just do one more thing, and then I could play the words on the whole time. One last thing I think you're gonna love. I think comedy from what I read is leading them on a big laugh.
That's actually one of the songs that would go really good if you had a music video. Like it'd be perfect for like a music video.
Yeah, so that song came up just the past couple days. And I just decided to and you guys, it's great. So, I was planning to until there was the first one. So,
Journal, I demand that you submit a consent. So you're gonna put him on the auto roll. However much longer these studio sessions we have in my download and the other guy. You remember the other guy? Real. He called the other guy right now. What was the shot? But anyway, but make sure you're patient, stay creative. Don't just rush, we wanted to see you, in other music videos. Okay, alright. I like your style, Drew. Thank you so much for your submission. So cool. Thank you. Stay in touch. SoundCloud, for those of you that like his song, go follow him on SoundCloud, which reminds me when we're talking about music apps. Now is a great time to make sure that you're on Spotify. Subscribe to Kill Tony on Spotify. Get used to. Yes. You started to submit if there's going to go over that anything that happens in the future. And if you subscribe now on Spotify, you might be ahead of the curve. Also, make sure that you go to YouTube and subscribe there. We're so close to 100,000 followers on YouTube. It's crazy. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your next submission comes from a young lady named Cassidy Weegar. Cassidy Weegar. Here we go.
Guys first.
This leads to the question that it was of my sister summer pregnancy on my video. Now, video 2 out of 10. Production quality, shit. One thing, great fish with a she is really but I knew her could make try. What I did for what she's a good team. She said just that she could. Which leads me in going to say to her opinion with me looking towards my husband. Good. You're the first person to send a submission while performing a play down on a picnic table. Yeah. So Cassidy, have you ever done stand-up before? Never. Where are you at? I'm from Calgary. Oh, yeah, no, you have to. Your internet in Calgary is pretty public. What do you do in Calgary? What do you do for work? You have a wife and an oil miner? I'm a stay-at-home wife. Oh, stay-at-home wife. You have kids? No. You're just a stay-at-home wife? What does that mean? You're nothing Canadian? You what? They clean house? Yeah, you know who else can clean houses is a maid if you got a job. Oh, because of COVID. How about before COVID? What were you doing before COVID? Nothing. Oh my God. What is up? What's going on? They called me the day before we start yesterday because of the pandemic. So, well, they must have found out about your work ethic. You know, this. What did you remember? Have you ever had enough? Yeah, things like the store, someone, actually, Felicia Jimenez partnered to open her store. Is it true? Let me ask you that. Is your husband insecure? Does he not want you to work because maybe he's afraid you'll meet someone there or something? No, is that you see. That's a little. That's a good. You know what? Oh, he'll watch later. He'll find it. Oh, okay. All right, good. I don't want to get you all beat up over there. I know those guys in Calgary. My lady, pizza on bagel and pizza. Okay. So, Catherine, you said that you would praise your husband to come next to your bed. Why did you do that? Well, so I no longer can find another one guy to be on that place. And which one of them I did? I don't think you. Why? It's guys. You have to get a job with you.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you like 2 minutes like that kid.
What do you think is the most Canadian thing about you? Other than vitamin D, you have running in your veins right now. Very little, no white. Northwest headquarters.
see Nacho.
Are they around?
Gotcha.
In another ring? Okay. They do. That's why you get a Canadian dog to come.
Jesus,
Oh my god, they're all there.
I don't know. Oh my
wow,
god.
dogs, both dogs hate.
They're stay-at-home dogs. Here, Cassidy, what's an incredible fun fact that would shock us about you or your life? Some skill or talent or story or something or traumatic experience that has happened to you at some point or something compelling.
Traumatic experience essentially. We were in a bar, I went to toilet paper list, and I looked at all of my clients, like hair dryer, with the hair dryer. She had
Why would you do that?
because they didn't have clothes stuff.
Oh, I got you. Air drying. Yeah, that's like Canadian 9/11 right there. That's like the biggest story in going to hear about the night raider. They're doing nothing for a big bar on the Street, and the lady had to air dryer with her.
What would happen is, like, if you got made a good seal on the vagina and the pussy lips and, like, turned it on when it fill up?
One week you're thinking about like this asshole and stuff. Now we get like a film of the machine, like a hot air balloon. Is it gonna fly away?
And then the hair dryer just start back up, or would you have to go somewhere?
It would just be the biggest. It would just be pretty steady. Oh, use your fart. You're only 34 minutes. But now I'm excited. You're like all right. Well, Cassidy, fun times. Thank you for your submission. And absolutely, you have a great charisma to you. You're very like, it's like a Taylor Swift, you know. Talent, you know what I mean? It's like a Canadian Taylor Swift.
Thank you again.
Seriously, thank you so much, and we'll see you hopefully next time we're over here. Kansas City, everybody. Bye-bye.
But it's so weird when you're like, you're getting on the shortest meme, like this, like, on video, this thing, they're like, okay, so,
My least thing in the world, we found out quickly that I do not like making fun of people. There is no reward. No, there is. Anyway, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our regulars, a brilliant mind, a beautiful face, the one, the only, brilliant mind. tell us about the work was this week, William.
Yeah, a bunch of people watching The Color Purple. I don't like that movie.
Oh my goodness. That reminds me.
It's on the one.
You still have
Oprah? Oprah. I like the right Oprah.
wow. Think of the first person. Oprah. Okay. And the concern.
You told me to say that. Come on, man. I'm crazy for that.
What
That was 25 years ago. Right here.
William, I will say.
You know, like,
Oh my God. I mean, very, very.
Well,
Oh my goodness gracious. William, I love your staying on the police job. I absolutely love your George Floyd money is worth more than ever. You're created two amazing George Floyd jokes about his money. It's very, very cool that you've done that.
it is here. I mean, there's a protest going on right here. People forget the real reason why we have to get them.
Right. Okay. All right. This is yeah. I was for your feeling too. Very good. Absolutely, William. That's good.
Really going down. How you going to do it?
We're good. You're good. Comedy clubs do open back up after jokes. What William is talking about subject matter. Clubs are gonna be like what's the unfunny Englishman spraying on you? It's incredible how it has gotten behind you since we started this phone call a few minutes ago. All right, William, with another new submission. Anything else crazy we should know about or talk about?
No, we're Christian, so it's for the taxi service being something that we call Jesus Christ. Uber store. Every time we watch Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, consider adopting a small Filipino boy to help you navigate the jungle safely. I will never forgive you for this. Skip 3 times in a row. Recently moved to Mississippi. My Aunt Carol. Moving in the abandoned house on Elm Street. To be honest, it's been a nightmare. Best joke. Because it just turned out.
Fucking the real William Montgomery.
last year, they got a whole fiber network, and so a lot of the remote production has been going on at the big broadcasting companies and our grandson. So we did the NFL draft, we did all the fans from last team from all over the world. They all had power lines in their house, so it was pretty good.
That's incredible. What's your living situation there in Georgia?
I own a house out in the works.
Incredible. How far away from civilization are you? How deep in the woods are we talking?
I'm probably 40 miles north of Atlanta.
That's awesome.
You know, Rocky Horror, but
Do you know Rocky Horror actually for us? Yeah, I heard your words. Sure. Rocky, 45 minutes north of Atlanta. In your neighborhood, what types of different races do you see human beings?
well,
If you consider a racist human being, that is.
of course, unless they're dicks, you know.
Right.
Well, we live in Benton County. It's actually pretty broad. There's a lot of Indian people, a lot of Hispanic people. So like represent tons and tons of different places, but far away from the crowds of people, and you get into the country a little bit.
So in this quarantine, you've been doing anything special or new hobbies or anything, or just still working a normal life?
Well, I just had a baby at the end of last year, so now I'm a stay-at-home dad that still works 40 hours a week at my job.
Wow, you know, someone tell that stay-at-home wife how you do it. This guy's working and being a father. He's a stay-at-home guy. And he's Canadian.
Yeah, we don't throw too many people out of that.
Right. Yeah. You want to respect him. You want to respect him.
But no, I did pick up a couple hobbies that I always wanted to do. I bought an Alaskan chainsaw. It's just, I took down a big 8-foot loblolly pine tree in my backyard. It's a kit that you bolt onto your chainsaw, where you can grow your own forks, so you can make them out.
Oh, badass.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Yeah. You gonna chop it down and throw your fucking trunk. You can go to BlueChew.com and kill somebody. Nobody is a lumberjack, and he is a lumberjack.
right. I actually had no intent of doing it, and I grew this beard, and all of a sudden I was like, man, I need to chop down some trees and get a diesel truck.
A lot of people don't know this, but he actually whittled the rocking chair that he's rocking right now. The whittler. You're right, the whittle.
The ginger whittler.
That's right. Wow. What else do we know about you, Patrick? Any other crazy fun facts about Patrick?
I've probably served more jail time than your average white fella.
Tell us about that.
Well, I went to college at Georgia Southern University, and I, not a lot to do out there except for get in trouble. So I was, I'm an entrepreneur, so I got out to the street pharmacy market, mainly horticulture, and I got in trouble with a couple of guys. an attorney. So you're gonna need that paperwork because I'm about to burn the bottom out of this. I got a better lawyer than so I actually got day I left. My probation ended. Got to keep my first offenders right because I got an attorney every time I violated. He said I'm 2 years and I'm if you get through probation, they don't put a felony on your record. So
He would have been better off just selling cocaine.
that's actually what my lawyer said. He said all this weed you should just blow like a grown up.
So you learned it.
Yeah, a lot of them.
You drop the soap and you never pick it up.
Yeah. The thing is they had to bring soap in jail, so I always did that, and I thought maybe a little bit. Okay. A lot of fights, man. I was in a worker in the dorms. There was 60 people in each dorm. I was on the bottom of a triple. So there's a lot of people working in one room at one time. So every Friday, they had me throughout the week. Like, it was Friday Night Lights. Young kids, different gigs, met with each other. Like, and we could go a bunch of food and sit on the food. Them people each other there. Just trying to read fun about it. My dad was, I mean, he's still in the high school wrestling coach. I never wrestled. I had plenty of experience getting out of horrible situations.
So you made it in street in any wrestling experience.
I made fun of my dad a lot when he was younger, but when I got older, I was like, I let him go. I appreciate this. But I did a little over 3 years for all of it. And, I got in probably 3 heavy fights. I mean, it was skirmishes, but, like, it was not really anything I was doing. It was just, sometimes you feel, too connected to people there, but you feel like there's a situation where you need to step in. You gotta, it was a white guy. I was living in a 60-person dorm, so we started getting wailed on. Everything is like, you don't want to have that guy like me, ready to whoop your ass. So if people didn't deserve it, I'm trying. So,
Wild, man. You can't even do that.
but I have a right to food. I own guns. I have a passport. I got a wife, little kid. I don't know. So,
guys talk about Tom Brady a little bit?
He's your daughter doing? Almost in advanced age. What do you do for work? Like what kind of work? Okay. That looks like Ryan Jenny's brother. You have a brother, Ryan Jenny? No. Oh shit, I offended Rob. Ryan's mad at me now. The picture of me is gonna look like a picture of Joel from 3 weeks ago. So Rob, man, you would nothing.
We gotta go after.
Oh, that's right. That's how you start. That's a good way to start. My memory not great video. Memory is how I dealt with them. Wow. So how about the juggling? Is that something that you always done? What else have you learned? If you started with juggling, you're like, this is something that I've always wanted to do.
Like,
There's like no reason to get good at it. I don't know. I have no interest in being able to juggle like this. There's just it's one shot. In fact, it's a very short list. I can think of it. Things that I have no interest in learning. I like learning. I like watch YouTube videos on things and juggling with people in the short list of jobs. I don't know. I get the episode. Completely
shoots way hard. Alan has this he's talking about working this thing where he's at company. Said in Harlan, but it is like when he said here, I go from there. Understanding to me, I think, trust. Job doing kids on last year. Yeah, no, yesterday. It's, this is this is look, I think Shaw is going to keep paying 25 grand. Deal is done. This is just you're gonna money out. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
room. I do not give a literally a flying fuck. Angry white woman with a beard.
Like a Karen? That's like
Yeah.
smiling angry
Yeah,
woman.
it's like a hairy Karen. A heron. Have you ever called the police on somebody doing something?
No, are you thinking of that lady with her husband?
Oh, you've only seen one video. Wow, look at that. He's a hard worker indeed, raising his kid out there working, doing it all.
You do look like you could snap at any minute.
Right under the surface.
What makes you angry?
Right now, I mean, a lot.
Yeah. Is there anything that is there anything that we would be surprised that it makes you angry for some reason? A pet peeve of yours?
Oh man, I wish I had thought about this more beforehand. But I mean, when I'm on the T, the train here in Boston, people who wear their backpacks. I deal with the train for a long time since I got the scooter. It's not a very fun answer, but that does piss me off.
People that wear backpacks.
Yeah,
So crowded.
People that cross their legs. Yeah, people that cross their legs. I just want to be like, are you fucking comfortable? But I don't.
You don't want them to cross their legs.
No,
Our problems.
it's a lot more space that way.
Okay, because it's so packed. Welcome to another episode of White Juggler Problems. Rob Pally, you cross-legged guy. Got your dark backpacks on the train. Why can't you just carry the things in your arms? Alright.
I feel like you have like a hobby, like you have something that you collect, like either comic books or you're into rope warcraft or
Yes,
something.
I love that you think that you're on to some amazing psychic power.
No, I see him doing cosplay at Star Wars or something.
I actually don't like Star Wars. I'm one of the few. My president
Whoa,
like me for that.
That's the Mandalorian. What's
No, my
the
recent hobby.
Yep.
Right now, I was actually gonna promote my YouTube live stream with my bird feeder. That's what I've been into lately. I got a camera on my bird feeder. Yeah.
Wow.
Damn, Gage told me before the show that there was going to be someone really nerdy on the I can't wait to see what it
Is it live right now?
Yeah, Rob Callahan on YouTube. It's nighttime now. There's no birds out there.
I want to see this. You say you just keep this on all the time, and you're just wasting your internet upload speed for a bird feeder?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we got a couple of different Wi-Fi connections, so it's fine.
Wow.
I want to see this nighttime video. We're looking it up. I think Gage is.
Fun fact, a bird feeder is something that all the Karens have. Not a lot of people know that. It's the one common thread of all angry white women is a bird feeder. So this also falls into the theory that,
What up, Zoo?
that you are actually a white woman.
Is disclosure time lapse watching?
I would say no. I thought it was pretty disappointing, to be honest with you. And I don't watch. I mean, like, I've watched maybe a lot of movies in the past, but I don't watch a lot of movies on the stream for the exact reason that happened yesterday, where people come in and I don't want to be rude to them, and I have to be able to focus on the stream. But I'm doing a podcast today, and I had the discussion with the woman yesterday, and I think that she may want to discuss it today. And I was on a podcast on Monday, and people were discussing it, and I hadn't had it, and hadn't seen it. And, you know, if I'm like talking about UFO disclosure, well, then the movie Disclosure Day is an important thing to watch. So I started watching it the other day, and then I couldn't really get through it. I was too tired. And then I just rewatched it yesterday. So I've seen it in some ways like a couple times. Not the whole thing a couple times. The whole thing just once. And it is. I'm going to tell you this story because it's like, go see it yourself if you want. It's this strange start where it starts in like a World Wrestling Federation or World Wrestling Entertainment ring where these guys are fighting. And there's this random audience member who just like is there watching the match, and somebody like steals his backpack and pulls a gun on him, and they're like, "Give us what's in the backpack," and he's like, "No," and they're like, "Yes," and then they take it. Then they basically like there's this strange scene where he's interrogated or something. And his like girlfriend's there. You can tell there's like a lame love story. And then there's the Emily Blunt character, who I think she does a really good job. She's smoking hot, and she speaks like her English. Or she's a British actress, but you can't tell that she's British. Her English and her American English is flawless. And she basically is this person who is like greeted by like this bird, and she immediately can speak Russian. When this kind of stuff happens, Zoot, I don't like it in the movie because it's not like super realistic to me, like that an animal will come in and allow you to speak a different language. But anyway, she's there with her boyfriend or husband or something, and she's a meteorologist. So then the story is just like people chasing the guy from the wrestling thing, and it's really like another hour of just bland, boring, nothing really happens. And then there's this like gift that the Emily Blunt character has, where she can like let's say you were to walk up to someone, or she walks up to someone, when they look at her, she can like tell them all kinds of secret stuff about their life that they don't know. Like, I know that you have a daughter, and I know that your wife really likes red velvet cupcakes. Why don't you get some of those on the way home, and with pink sprinkles or purple sprinkles? They'll really like them. And then the cop just, like the person watching her, they just let her go. She like has this weird, but they don't really explain. Like the movie, I feel, is very poorly explained. So then towards the end of the movie, literally this movie's like 2 hours and 20 minutes or something, and they don't talk about aliens aside from one time until the last 2 hours, or to the last 20 minutes, I should say. Like, they don't really talk about aliens. You're thinking like Disclosure Day, there's going to be a mothership. They're going to be talking. Just for a moment, Zoot. I think I just cut out. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, just for a moment. Zoot, can you hear me? Apologies, I just cut out. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Sorry, you just connected, or I might have disconnected.
No, I did. Okay, so there's basically like this. For the movie's 2 hours and 20 minutes, and for the first 2 hours, they mention aliens once. And for it to be a movie about disclosure, you would expect it to be like about alien disclosure or more. It was really like about these gifts that these people were given somehow by aliens or something. So the last 20 minutes is about disclosure. So this woman is like she's a meteorologist who's also trying to be like an anchor on the television as well. So she has access to the news desk. And when like people try to stop her from going to the news desk, she can just like speak different languages to them. Like where did she get this ability? From the bird that gave it to her, some animal? No one really. It's not really well explained. So then she basically gets on the camera and she's like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tell the world about aliens or whatever. And everybody's like, there are some people who come in and are like, no, don't do it. And they're like, shut down like the generator and the backup generator. And somehow this is the thing that doesn't make sense to me. She has some kind of power. There's like all kinds of supernatural stuff that I don't like about it. She has this power that can turn the lights back on and everything. So anyway, she goes and she looks into the camera and she's like, basically like, we're not alone. Aliens are here. Extraterrestrials have been here for a long time. It goes back to some program in the 70s, which is fake, but anyway, it's just for the movie or whatever. And she starts talking about it. And then in the last like 5 minutes, there is an alien that lands and comes into like the sound stage or whatever, the movie set. And it's like an alien that's like pushed in like a wheelchair, and it looks like an alien gray, but it's bigger. It's like maybe 7 feet tall or something. And then it whispers something into some guy's ear, and then the guy tells Emily Blunt's character, and Emily Blunt gets in front of the camera and then says the word listen, and then the movie goes black. So it tells me that, oh, this is just part one of like maybe a 3-part movie or something, but it was highly disappointing. I would say to Steven Spielberg, dog, you put out Jurassic Park, you put out E.T., you put out Close Encounters of the Third Kind, you put out Catch Me If You Can, you put out a lot of bangers, dog.
You just mentioned 2 alien movies that he already made, and he's made War of the Worlds. He didn't make another alien movie.
Well, so
that's not even an alien movie.
Yeah, so he makes bangers. And this movie was just like incredibly disappointing. The people on Monday with whom I was on this podcast, they're like, it's not really about disclosure, it's about other stuff. And I wanted to like it. I really did. I wanted to fucking love this movie. And I wanted to be like, it's got a lot of haters out there, but I actually liked it. I can't say that. I saw it. Even the lady, the host who I spoke to yesterday, she's like, have you seen it? And I said that I had, because I'd seen some of it, but I hadn't seen all of it. So I was just listening to what she was saying. And she's like, it's really not like about aliens or disclosure too much until they talk about animals and stuff. And I'm like, okay, so I really had to get into it, but she's right. And the people who saw it are right. It is very disappointing. If I were this in the theater, I would just be like, give me my money back. Like, it was literally like 2.5 hours. At points of it, until the last 20 minutes, I was like, this is the worst movie I've ever seen. Or one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I'm not engaged. It's not really believable. Like, what makes it not believable? Like, imagine here's a scene. There's this scene where Emily Blunt is in the hospital, and she's like, they're like telling her that she may have, I don't know, like Parkinson's disease or something. And she looks out the window and she sees these guys in government uniforms. And
Why do you think Spielberg's?
Hold on, let me finish. And then I'll answer that. So these guys are in black government uniforms. She's in the hospital and there's a doctor there. And the doctor's explaining to her, like, all of her signs look normal, but they might do some other testing. And then Emily Blunt's character is like, who are those guys in the black trench coats or whatever? And the doctor's like, they're the FBI. They're going to be in here once we're done. It's like, that's not how the FBI works. They don't wait for you to get your medical clearance or whatever, your medical diagnosis, and then they come in. They would just be like, we don't have time for your bullshit. We don't care if you have super gonorrhea or whatever that virus, hantavirus or anything like that, we don't care. We're gonna just fuck you up, or we're gonna arrest you, or do whatever. That's how it is in real life. Or like the FBI figures or whatever will have they'll have two characters in custody or whatever, and one of the character like breaks away and is able to like free the other character. It's like, that doesn't work that way. They will just dogpile you and like arrest. Like, it's just, and then there's all kinds of like stuff like that's absolutely fake, where she's like driving a car and this was so fake. She's driving a car at a train intersection, and she's waiting on the train, and somebody comes up behind her and pushes her car into the train, and the train like begins dragging her car in one direction, and she's able to climb out of the train in one direction, jump onto the train, and then somehow, some way, or she jumps in between two trains and then jumps into another train. It's like, dude, this is just, I understand that it's Hollywood, and I understand this is a big budget movie, but like, they could have made this movie for like $1 million, like easily, in my opinion. Like, it has a huge budget. It had absolutely massive media, like a media tour, where Steven Spielberg, who doesn't normally do that much media, was doing it, and talking about disclosure and what he knows and everything. And this reminds me of this podcast I was on like a week or two ago, where the person asked me, they're like, do you know who XYZ is? And I'm like, enlighten me, because I didn't really know who that person was. And I'd heard the name, but I didn't know exactly who it was. And they're like, oh, they're this they're basically like this kind of small person in the media who said that government came to him, the government agents came to him and said, hey, you're going to do this movie or you're going to do a show for NBC, and we're going to leak information to you about how we want this show to go. And if you want to do it, it's going to be really successful. If you don't want to do it, then your career is basically over. I don't know if they threatened him like that, but he's like, I don't want to do it. And so, but it made him think, and it's true, that there's something called predictive programming, where perhaps different agencies come to individuals. Steven Spielberg might be one of them. Apparently this happened after Jaws. They saw that Jaws was a big hit, and they were like, hey, we're going to give you information for Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and then eventually E.T.
So if this movie, so the marketing for this film is it's made by Spielberg, and if it wasn't made by Spielberg, it would have bombed.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and you can't even tell this movie's made by Spielberg, because the alien at the end is like kind of, it looks like something that you would get at your local costume store. And it doesn't look like an alien it looks like an alien, but it's bigger than the normal aliens that we see. And if aliens are so powerful and everything, then why is this alien in a wheelchair? Like, if, I don't know. It's just, Emily Blunt, though.
Why did you tell Rosa that I have a girlfriend?
I didn't tell Rosa that you have a girlfriend. Who's your girlfriend?
It sent me on Telegram. It's like, you have a girlfriend?
No, you were in here when the only conversation that I had with him was you were in here, and I said, did you hear that Zoot's getting married to this chick because of her opinion on the moon? That's all, but you were in here. I did not, in a subsequent discussion with him, say, Zoot's really interested in this chick, or no. Zoot, I know your life. You go from girl to girl to girl, like once every month, and that's cool. You're like a serial crime. Yeah, you do, dude. You absolutely do. You had the. I can name like 6 girls who.
I just watched the movies you told me to watch.
Oh yeah, how was that?
It's better than the movie that you're describing.
I'm sure. What was the name of the movie?
7 Psychopaths.
And it was good or no?
Yeah, it's about like a screenwriter who's like writing a screenplay about psychopaths and he's like full. He has these psychopaths in real life that he's like writing a movie about. Like he knows these psychopaths in real life, and everyone's around him is a psychopath.
Okay.
And then there's funny moments in it. But it's like it's like a thriller comedy, but it was made in 2012, so 14 years ago.
Did she watch your movie?
That was Colin Farrell.
Okay.
She will.
She will. Okay, cool. You make a good
She
point.
probably won't. Sorry.
You made a good point about if the Disclosure Day wasn't directed by Steven Spielberg, nobody would like it. And if it didn't, and
No one would say it.
yeah, and Emily Blunt is a beautiful woman, and she looks beautiful in this movie. She's literally the one actor I recognized in the movie. I didn't know anybody else, not a single other person. So it's not like you could even be like, oh, there's a cameo of, I don't know, Will Ferrell in it or something, or Jim Carrey, or there's nothing. Literally, you don't know anybody in it except for Emily Blunt. It's literally like
Do you
they.
think it's Spielberg's wife movie?
I haven't seen all his movies, but it's definitely not a banger. And I really feel like they were like, look, we're gonna make this a 3-part movie, but we can't let anybody know about it. So, or we're gonna make it a trilogy, but we can't let anybody know that's gonna be a trilogy, or nobody will come out to see it. So let's just we'll keep that quiet, and then like literally how they end the movie, it leads up to a perfect opportunity for a part 2. Like they could have literally said to be continued or something, but I was very disappointed in it. Even the special effects of like the alien ship didn't look like normally what we think of alien ships to look like. They're just very fake as well, very boring. I kept looking at how much time was left. Like this felt like homework, or it felt like a punishment, and that's not how movies should feel. So,
Do you think like the people working on the film thought it was better than it was because they were trying to set up a sequel, or do you think they're just trying to make money?
it seemed like a money grab, which these people don't need. They're all very wealthy. It was, but do I think overall that it was positive to? Well, to answer your question, do I think the people working on it felt like it was just a money grab? I think that somebody said, hey, we need a movie called Disclosure Day. We're going to have Steven Spielberg. We're going to give him a bag to direct it. And we need like at least one actor in it who's going to put asses in the seats. So we'll put Emily Blunt in it. And then everybody.
He came up with the story.
That's who
He
I.
didn't write the movie, but he came up with the story.
Okay, the story sucks. I would tell him that if he were sitting on my bed with me right now, I would say, dog, your story sucks. You know what would be a cool story? If it was like anything but that. I'm not a big supernatural fan, like where people have like special powers. I'm just not. I like realism, like intense realism in movies is really special to me. So I would say to him, like, how are these birds talking to people? That the aliens are like, you only bring them in at the end, and it's just like one alien, and nobody's like freaking out that there's an alien in a movie studio or in like a television studio. Like nobody's like, dog, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen. There is literally an alien in a wheelchair who just made it through these double doors, and it's now like there was just no reaction out of anybody. So it would.
Yeah, because everyone would be like, let's just say
or something. I would though. Oh, another like thing that I thought was totally just inaccurate or misleading. When Emily Blunt's character goes on camera to tell like the local news that aliens are real or whatever, the producer's like, we got to get this to New York, and then they show it to the people in New York, and then it spreads across the whole world like within like 10 minutes. Like everybody's watching this news program. And it's like the CIA does not allow that stuff to happen. They have like overarching view of what's going on in the media, and they would just shut down any kind of broadcast like that went rogue. So
let me ask you another question.
Hit me with this.
Do you think Spielberg's just like I'm too old for this shit, I should be retired right now, and just doesn't give a shit?
I think that he is working on his legacy now, and disclosure is going to happen. I was asked about this on Monday, that a question came in from Croatia, and somebody was like to Rabbi, like, when is disclosure going to happen? And I said, well, it's basically like 80 years old at this point, and we've gone from like 0 people believing that aliens are here, or a small amount, maybe 5% or 10%, to now it's more than 50%. So if you let that continue to marinate, and it's growing faster and faster, it's just a matter of time until the general populace understands that we're not alone. And I think Steven Spielberg wants to be seen as a leader in that process. So it's more about his legacy. But I will say this. I would say this to Steven Spielberg. Even though it's a dog shit movie, I think it was positive to the movement of disclosure, because you do talk about aliens. There were some talks about, there's 3 discussions on previous crashed aliens, which was really interesting. I did learn something from it. There's a crash in Pennsylvania in 1967 that allegedly that is like totally covered up. And it was just like from that point it was beneficial, but it was just fake how it all happened, and I just didn't really enjoy that very much. Okay, here's a good question. Here's a really good question. If there were an alien in a television studio with you, wouldn't you point the camera at the alien? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, hey, we're going to interview this alien or whatever. Instead of just allowing that, I understand maybe they weren't under their own power. I can't stand movies that there's no explanation, and you're just supposed to like assume why people act the way that they do. I like movies with explanation that are like clear. I don't like things like revealed at the end. Oh, that's why that person did that. Like, no, because then the whole movie I'm thinking, why is this person making such a stupid decision? And then it takes me out of the movie. So would I see it again? Absolutely not. Would I am I glad I saw it? Yeah, because now I know what these people are talking about, and I might have to talk about it in a little bit. The podcast that I'm doing later today is a live podcast, which I'm not thrilled about, because podcasts a lot of times have like technical issues and stuff that happen, and but I mean, I'm basically doing a live podcast 24/7, so if anything, I should be used to it. But I do like when podcast hosts are like, we're recording this and we're going to upload it on whatever day, and then I'm uploaded. So I'm excited to do it. I had another one scheduled today, but the guy emailed me this morning and was like, hey, can we do it Tuesday? I got sick after some kind of family vacation or something, so I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And what else? I've got another one tomorrow. So I've just kind of been locking. Oh, and maybe on Monday as well. So my schedule is one today, one Friday, one Monday, one Tuesday, I think, for right now. And then I've got some lined up for July as well. But this is what I do, and I think it's a good strategy. Oh, the one that I have today, though, if the woman let me, I could talk for 20 hours on this stuff. It's like, well, how do you know how much you can talk about. I spent like 10 hours yesterday just putting documents together and talking points about them. Because she was like, she's a nice woman. She came in and she's like we just did this technical run through, which I wasn't really thrilled about doing, but I'm glad we did because we were able to clear up some things really well. And she's like, okay, so like can we talk about like the Nephilim? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then we're like the Anunnaki, and I'm like, yeah, sure. And then she's like, what about SSP? And I hate when people use acronyms that are not everybody uses. And I'm like, and she's like, Secret Space Program. Exactly. I'm like, and she's like, Secret Space Program. I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And then she's like, okay, can we talk about the moon? You know, I can talk about the moon for hours, dog. Yeah. And then she's like, and then you said something, and then she like went through my.
SSP was, so that was like some Scientology, like what they call themselves.
Okay, maybe, but this is just Secret Space Program.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, but I'd like to talk about my project too and futurology. She's like, oh yeah, sure. Well, each one of those discussions can be like 30 minutes to an hour at least. And so we've got 2 hours scheduled, but I told her I can go as long as necessary, which is now true. I didn't realize I had another podcast scheduled, but it got delayed. It got rescheduled, so I can go all day today if she needs. And she like if I'm on a podcast, the way that I like to be on a podcast, and this is just different than some people, but let me do my introduction and then just let me talk. Let me go. If you want it to be a conversation, that's okay. But then I can't get any momentum going and can't get into the details and the topics. At the end of each section, if you have a question, let's do it. Let's go through it. I'll answer everything that you can, and anything that we can't answer, we're going to look up. We're going to get the right answer to as accurate as possible. But what is difficult is when I'm doing a podcast and I'm talking, and then I keep getting interrupted just for whatever reason. But I've got to say, the podcast hosts with whom I've done a podcast, I haven't had one of them that I felt like did not let me go to some extent. So that's good. All right, dude, did you do stand up on Wednesday?
Yeah, I did.
How did it go?
I was just testing stuff for Monday. I need to commit. People were like, "Oh, you need to commit to like what you were saying." I was just like, "This is going to be too controversial for me to say," and I said that on stage. But I was talking about like how Elon should have. He said that he wasn't a Nazi.
Okay.
Because he wasn't funded by the SPLC or something. He said he can't be a Nazi if he wasn't funded by the SPLC. And I said he should have just tweeted, "I am a Nazi," and that's why I wanted to go to Epstein's Island so I could get rid of the pedo allegations. And I said, if you're a billionaire, you either choose to be a Nazi or a pedophile.
Okay. And I bet nobody laughed at it.
No, people laughed at that one. Then I made a joke about Rihanna going to P. Diddy parties and how like if you found out I don't blame Chris Brown if I found out my girlfriend was going to P.
Oh man, you're swinging and missing here, dog. I'd stick with your Tweety Bird stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not people. There's no way he can stuff.
just tested it.
Okay.
I also said Kanye. So I mentioned Kanye West about like how there's not the allegations at all.
No, do you have? You gotta have some other joke. You go to the same barrel of the same three topics. Your Tweeter
No, no,
dog, you always talk about it.
Yeah.
And you always talk about it. Shit. The Tweety Bird one is, I think, your best joke that I've heard you say because it it's funny. It's a little more innocent than any of your other stuff. All your other stuff is just it's so you take such big risks. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not good to take risks as a comedian, but the risks have to have freedom. And I think that if you're able as a comedian, look, if you have 100 people in a room, you want to make 90 of them laugh as opposed to 10 of them. This is about being a comedian. Now, I know you, on the other hand, are like, I'd rather make 10 people really think about it and really laugh hard to me as a comic than 90% of people. That's cool, but that's not how successful comics. Successful comics recognize if 50% of the crowd laughs at this joke, it's a win. If not 50% laugh, then it's a
I would just, I mean, that was, but what they not smoke crack is just practicing. I don't give a shit about are they not something seriously.
Let me ask you this. I want to challenge you. I want you to come up with a joke on these topics. And so maybe if I give you something, like this is a challenge, come up with a joke. 3 different jokes by the next time you come in here. You can do it. You make jokes really quickly. A joke on Mickey Mouse, but it can't be anything sexual or violent or anything like that. Just something creative on Mickey Mouse. It could be on his name. It could be on his yellow shoes. It could be on the fact that he used to be drawn with a tail, but he's no longer drawn with a tail, and nobody talks about what happened to Mickey Mouse's tail or whatever. So Mickey Mouse is one of them. He used to, but then they removed it, and nobody talks about it. So you could have a joke about that. Why doesn't anybody talk about Mickey Mouse's tail? Because it's like a big event. I don't remember Mickey Mouse going in for surgery for tail removal. Do you?
It was close. Yeah, it was close.
Okay, so then nobody talks about having Mickey Mouse be naked, and at what point did he decide to go from this nudist lifestyle to a clothed lifestyle? Like, that's a funny thing. Another funny thing is Mickey Mouse wears pants with 2 large white circles on them. Like, who's Mickey Mouse's stylist? Who thought Mickey? You know, the red pants are great, but what would really make these look even better is if we put 2 large vertical ovals on them. That's funny. But you come up with your own stuff. I want one on Mickey Mouse. I want one on just dogs. Dogs in any way. Just you have a dog. You observe dog behavior, canine behavior all the time. And I want one on the weather. Those 3 things. You think you could do it by the next time you come in here? Excellent. And these are jokes that have to be PG-13. So they can't be like because I'm challenging. What do you think?
Why do you never say that?
I don't know, dude. Why don't you ever see Eskimos on holidays? That's a great joke. Dude. That's a great joke. Where do they store it? Do they have a special part of the igloo or hut, yurt, or whatever that's just for, filled with Hawaiian shirts and Bahama shorts or whatever for gym shorts? How do they schedule it? Like, is there an indigenous travel agency? Do you think they ever just go to other cool places, or do you think they always go to warm places? That's a good joke, though. What do they wear on vacation? What does Eskimo wear on vacation? It's a funny joke. Now that's cute. It's innocent and it's funny. It's not really long. It doesn't involve, the worst parts of the world. People go to comedy generally to forget about all the bad shit that's going on in the world. And if you can bring an idea to their head, like, where do these people go on vacation? That's really funny. I mean, like, there are other things that you can make a whole story on. Like, what do they eat on vacation? Do you think they go and look at people who are eating fish and are like, oh, you think that's how you eat fish? Or do you think they really enjoy cotton candy and candy apples or whatever? Like, it's a good question. Is, um, is a vacation for them going to like southern Canada or like southern Russia? Like anything more than that is extreme heat to them. Another funny joke would be
Eskimo, how many Eskimos are there on there?
I'm not like 10,000. Another one would be I have a proposal for a television show. It's called Eskimo White Club. Can you imagine somebody living in a suburban house has to go live in an igloo, and someone living in an igloo has to go live in a suburban house, and then they can just, when the person comes back, they'd be like, there's a thing called heat, like, it's awesome. And I know everybody's watching. It's not like they're euphoria Inuit people, and I know that not everybody lives in an igloo, and I know that not everybody lives like one person. But it's just kind of a funny. That's a really funny. It would be called. You know how they have like extreme makeover? Why don't they have extreme wife swap? Where you take someone from a tribal village in Africa and someone in an Eskimo igloo and switch them. Like this one would be like, oh, we're gonna switch like you who live in a suburb with you who lives in this suburb. Anybody can do that. This is extreme. It's funny. We take an Aboriginal family and swap them with this family and who lives in a teepee.
That's a really funny premise. And it's got a good name, Extreme Wife Swap.
Extreme Russ.
Well, yeah, because there's something in the United States, at least, it's called Extreme Home Makeover. It's a really popular show. And so you use the extreme makeover idea. And then there's another show called Wife Swap. And so you just do extreme wife swap. And instead of it being like a lady who's swapping spots with another lady in two different suburbs, in two different comfortable homes, it's like really intense. It's like somebody who lives in a teepee swaps with somebody who lives in an igloo, or someone who lives on an Aboriginal plane with someone who lives in a yurt. It's a really funny premise. I'm not saying it's the funniest joke in the world, but it's funny. There's a lot you can do with that premise. And if they really did make that a show, I think it'd be super popular. People would love that. All right, so I gotta prepare for this podcast. So you come up with a joke on Mickey Mouse, the weather, and dogs. Can you do that? And it's gotta be PG-13. They don't have to be PG. They don't have to be G. They can be a little naughty, but nothing too wild. Okay, you think you can do that? Okay, and you come back tonight and you let me know what you came up with, and we'll hear it. Shout out to Extreme Lifestyle. That's a funny joke.
Religion plays in business. It's explaining people that nature and defining destiny of evil. Of course, this question has been answered in numerous ways, even in religious traditions. History with ubiquitous roots in culture. Have a specific kind of national that of rendered wearer is a motif back well. This is I want to explore the text from the work of or really Jewish magic. Production some mathematical hence the name of text. This is where make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on puppets and esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work by content on esotericism here on YouTube, I hope consider supporting my work on Patreon or with one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate the consideration of supporting this channel and making this possible. Now, this is for a magical moment with different names, empowers the public to source from all manner of supernatural powers. But wait, not more this way. Come on for magical and stick around with me for a bonus magical text on chemistry and angelic magic. I'm Dr. Justin Smith, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Objects that delivered on the relatively relevant, but an entire article is much more rare. I think speaks in this regard. As Steve function or as a conduit for divine power, then as a form. The text is simple Hebrew Aramaic version, which seems to have produced sometime in the Geometric period of Jewish history, or the period that passed down the reduction of the Babylonian Talmud around 600 or 500 Common Era to around after 1000 Common Era. Two principal redacted popular make an early text called the Talmud. Literal, and it describes the covering of a golden lake around the net. And after a series of vigorous purifications, provides the wearer a wide range of magical power. Of course, golden lake well attested are the fact either perhaps same word found in the Bible, not the gold headband worn by the high priest. Earlier, or perhaps parallel to from Cairo, Giza, and perhaps eventually transformed into the same bush as we currently have. The magical headband is not the divine name of those who use down to contemporary ritual magical practices. The safer components appears in seven Hebrew and Aramaic versions, which are the dominating or putting over of the name, in which the power secret names of God are used in practitioner, thus providing the supernatural logic of power. This process of Hashem is not from other magical texts as well, famously from the motion which made themselves about this really interesting magical code. In December of are provided in lab discovery properties and the power of righteousness. Described upon with a very told them to put it, and also evening. Here the commissioner is only a Spartan vegetarian diet with even fish being somewhat curious because the Jewish law of kashrut fish are taken neither dairy to the intensity of this fast. These fasts, it appears, more than some of the fasts last from dawn until darkness. And I think that the 7-day period of people in the evening or night would not go to the water over the burning, both things garment over them. Form of water, the text is taken as time, proper level of purity has not achieved and continue. If this proper level of purity is reached, continue, one has to give alms to the poor and distribute to the hungry. Even if you've been fasting for 2 weeks, you want to get away. Begin a 7-day of fasting. If, however, the flowing of the water is red in color, then you are pure enough to enter the water up to the stomach, not before the virgin as one would expect in the mikvah, but upon it being in divine power, as if an army accompanies you, and being able to invoke a series of fearful angels. It appears as if the angel should appear as a visitation, though there is a preference to something like doing the ritual per hour, which is spelled out in detail. Company of angels that will join you, so for 3 hours at most, only 7 days in total, and only just once a day for some reason. Now, just how to accomplish this invocation remains mysterious. This section requires not to relate to the Jewish ritual texts produced around the same time. The sacred Hagia Shach, or the book of the right way, or the book of the good way. There's a lot of words to translate this word Hagia Shach. It appears that the sacred Hagia Shach was produced around the same time as the sacred Hamabush and the Harvard devotion probably were the same ritual circles. It claims that it was given out by the angel Gabriel. It was passed down by the current tradition. This text takes its name from one of the mysterious books referred to as the Torah, but otherwise lost to memory. This is completely in favor of Hashem, and this text not be confused with the later medieval text on ethics, one of the mysterious Midrash texts from the 19th century. Some version of this text was later found to reflect the Haggah, reference it by name, but also Arabic Jews who also mention it in the Rabbinite limits. As you know, the Arabic are 1,000 of the world were only Jews who rejected the authority of the Talmud and all Jewish law generally. Of course, they went on to make their own Jewish law, and as you can imagine, the Rabbinite beef would make for some great epic rap battle. In society, you have one person, Anand and Naveed, and basically the text is pretty well invested in just another divine name, a series of complex supplications and a provides a range of divine powers over the nature of the various creatures, and power over the sun and the Allah, the battle of Gal. Sacred Hagia Shach is a fast from security, but also involved for ritual fumigation during this time. Whoever formed these various angelic powers, which are said to preside over various seasons, the ritual period, and the hours of the day. It appears that the sacred something like these things when provided by the various angels. The sacred Hagashara gives a much more range of divine power, the divine name that here these include things like river, like the dead speak, extinguishing fire, like rock, saving serpents, barren, winding the sea, Moses, swords, healing the sick, dropping out demons, shaking the foundation. I think this has in mind perhaps the walls of Jericho. Also, call out 21 times, 397. This also provides which parallels Zohar Quran literature found in America, although the car. Recall that communication summons an angel, the prince of the Torah, that contains more a wide range of rabbinical wisdom. I mean, you want to spend all day and over the Shas and although it's not exactly clear, the second sharing some similar cultural and both of the Christian creeds and a version of the sacred appears in treaties of emanation on the left-hand side. This is an early explanation of the origins of evil. Which that's what esoterica is for the arcane in history. Yeah. One of the concepts of Abrahamic theology, especially in the Christian is a war waged between the forces of goodness represented by God and the great angelic army, and those of evil represented by Satan, Iblis, and the demonic horde. Over the centuries, theologians, mystics, and occultists have drawn up incredibly complex hierarchies of such beings with the names, seals, and plans, and even their final destiny, detailed in a range of texts from canonical biblical scriptures, some which be revealed by such entities, to texts whose origins remaining to this day rather mysterious. Of angels and entities to fascinate, terrify, and inspire billions of believers all over the world. With the detail about the origin of these entities in the Abrahamic tradition, if we were to rewind the clock back, the Israelites of years of Jewish tradition and Israelite mythologies, among others, what do we know about the earliest stratum of Israelite mythology? In this episode, we're going to do just that. Explore how the ancient Israelite worldview. If you're interested in magic and demographic system, cult and hermetic philosophy, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics and esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work, provide accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics and esotericism here on YouTube. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with time donation. As you would imagine, this channel is really only possible with your support. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting my work here on this channel. So let's turn to a people that once incredibly popular and yet at the same time rather mysterious, the ancient Israelites and their mythology. I'm Dr. Justice Keeman to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and history, philosophy, and religion. The Israelites were among the groups of people of ancient Levant we typically call the Canaanites. They come into history when they mention that they might have passed everything in the 13th century BCE and go on to bring fame as the progenitors of the Abrahamic religions, including Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, among others. Inscriptions, letters, and perhaps most famously the collection of texts that we use in the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament. To get a grasp of the meaning of the Israelites, turn to that literature with wide European cultures and writings. Before the ancient Israelites didn't exist in a vacuum, and their culture was influenced by and the reaction to their neighbors, like any culture. So, what do we mean by deep? The term itself is a complicated history, and what we're doing in this episode is an anachronistic, just to be honest. That said, for the purposes of this episode, we're going to mean by demon something like malevolent supernatural beings, at least malevolent to us human beings, but malevolent. As we'll see, this gets really complicated, but as a provisional definition, it's about the best that we're going to do. What's perhaps most conspicuous about such entities in ancient Israelite religious God being. Didn't have much in the way of demons or angels for that. In the Persian period, hundreds of demons were known from ancient Egypt, many with profiles in their religious mythology. For instance, is perhaps the most famous. This demon has the lower body of the hippopotamus, the fourth body of the lion, the head of the crocodile, and it eats the souls of those found unjust in the trials of the afterlife. I mean, their name in Egyptian literally means the one that devours the dead. So, yeah, they eat your soul. And the Egyptians were completely terrified of them. Over in Mesopotamia, similar beings are also known, though not according to the degree of proliferation found in ancient Egypt. These beings are the Dendons, or Fatu in the Semitic Akkadian language, and these would include the torturous and demons, along with the most famous of such beings, Zuzu, king of the demons of the wind, brother of the monster of Gilgamesh fame, the son of the god Enki, and possessor of the light world Morgan from the Exodus. Similar fame is the demoness Lamashtu, of infants and children, who would eventually develop into the demoness Lilith many centuries later. So, as I mentioned a moment ago, if one were to survey Israeli mythology, which we're kind of doing, the first thing that you would notice is there just aren't any such beings around. And when they are mentioned, it's always in passing, and there's virtually no mythological filling out or back beings. From this, we can conclude that the people that composed and redacted Israelite literature or the Revival Testament were simply either suppressing such a mythological aspect of their culture, or simply disinterested in such beings. Such beings just didn't play that role in their mythology. And sure enough, if you look at other earlier texts, such as recovered of Karen, we see that such beings, being somewhat like angels and demons, don't really play that much of a role in their mythology either. Indeed, ancient Near East generally operates in a different religious paradigm than in later mythologies. Whereas the apocalyptic religious revolution shifted the religious paradigm to a battle of good versus evil, which was the dominant paradigm. The more ancient was a chaos versus order paradigm. That's more archaic mythology shows Baal, Marduk, and Yahweh defeating the forces of chaos, often in the form of terrible sea monsters like Tiamat, Yam, and Leviathan. Indeed, this chaos myth survives throughout the Hebrew Bible, and is perhaps most apparent in the book of Job, especially toward the end, in Psalm 74. So one of the major reasons angels and demons just don't play much of a role in this very early stratum of Israelite mythology is that the central paradigm here just good versus evil. It's order versus chaos, chaos having been conquered in the primeval. Now, that's not to say that malevolent supernatural beings aren't present. There just aren't mythologically central when they become later, starting in the Persian period. Indeed, in that paradigm, the major or religious conflict is moved from the past to the distant future. So what the very early period, say from roughly 1200 BCE to roughly around 586 BCE. Typically, we can divide such beings into three groups. There are personifications of malevolent forces. There are hostile members of the divine council. And there's a kind of grab bag of otherwise obscure beings that seem to inhabit the wilderness or wastelands of ancient Israel. Note what's missing here. There really isn't much in the way of chthonic or beings that emerge from the underworld. The reason why has to do with how the ancient Israelites conceived of their underworld called Sheol. This realm isn't a place of punishment, but a kind of gloomy, dark place of inaction. While the Azusa, which brings drought. Has also connected to molt, death, and mythology. The central entities here are typically various forms of sickness, including mental illness. We find personification of disease or epidemics generally typically associated with Russia or Debir, a survival of a general disease god from Canaanite and eventually New Kingdom Egyptian mythology more generally. In fact, the prophet Habakkuk describes Yahweh going to war and seemingly driving a chariot pulled by Debir and Russia or pestilence and fever, with Russia probably coming from the root, which means burning and occurring fever. Of course, plague demons are widely attested in the ancient world. A great deal of ancient medicine, especially ancient Mesopotamian medicine, had to do as much with exorcism as it did with medicine as much, such as the use of various kinds of body drugs. What's worth pointing out here, however, is that such personification of disease in the revival were under the direct command of Yahweh, not individuals as such. Illness or insanity is also attested, specifically in the case of the first Israelite king, Saul. Or an evil spirit from Yahweh being sent to afflict the king with some kind of mental illness that causes him to fly into rages and fall into despondency, only temporarily soothed by the music of the young David. Now, this being or evil spirit is sent from the Israelite God is again important, and this leads us to our second category: hostile members of the divine council. The concept of the divine council is rather archaic, and it does survive into Israelite mythology, despite even the emergence of monotheism. This is likely evidence of the plural "let us make" in the first Genesis creation story, but also appears especially in places like Psalm 82, which strikes me as a rather archaic Israelite document. The members of the divine council have been demoted to non-divine beings in Israelite mythology and are generally dispatched to specific tasks on behalf of Yahweh. Several such beings seem especially interesting for our study. The first among my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible. Here we find Yahweh wanting to kill the Israelite king Ahab, or Ahab, who is actually attested outside the Bible. And in order to do so, a ruse is required to have him killed on the battlefield. To accomplish this, Yahweh requires the divine council to be put to deceive Ahab on behalf, and a spirit volunteers to become a ruach sheker, or a deceptive spirit, a lying spirit, who will go into the mouth of Ahab's prophet so as to deliver a false prophecy, which will cause him to go to battle and get killed. Now, despite the true prophecy of Ahab, the deceptive spirit is successful, and Ahab is shot with an arrow and he's out on a battlefield. Now, why is this one of my favorite stories in the Hebrew Bible? Because it reveals Yahweh capable of being a cunning and deceptive God, which otherwise just runs so many simplistic and theological accounts of a loving, just, or even kind God. I enjoy this account because it complicates Yahweh and Israel theology more generally. I think complicated characters are just more interesting and not less terrifying. One might also add, and sometimes referred to in the Hebrew Bible as the Shechit, or the messenger of destruction, to this list as well. Also, the messenger or angel of the Lord, or angel of Yahweh. This entity seems to apparently to have the grim task of mass execution, striking down Israelites, Syrians, and Egyptians alike. The only dispute set of the ancient Egyptians. They realized their lands on the doorposts such that the English people passed over their homes as it kept the Egyptian firstborn from the firstborn of the cattle to the destruction of the good king's son. Of course, this video isn't strongly problematic from the Egyptian perspective. This will eventually be transformed into the Hammam, or the angel of death, and later mythological developments. If you want to know more about the history and development of the angel of death, make sure to check out an episode on that topic in the part above. Of course, the other member of the Divine Council worth mentioning here is the Satan. Yes, Satan. This is always interpreted with the article Satan, or in Hebrew, and Satan, which means something like the accuser or the adversary or the instructor. It's a title rather than a name. So Satan, as such, doesn't appear in the Hebrew Bible. Rather, Satan is a title of the Divine Council, who seems to have his direct idea of prosecuting the turning against human beings, or otherwise human figures more than that human. This entity is mentioned 18 times in the Hebrew Bible, most famously as the torturer, Job is part of with Yahweh. Yeah, Yahweh lets Satan torture a dude and kill his family basically on a bed. I mean, Yahweh does give him some stuff after the family, but only after basically telling him to shut up after questioning why Yahweh would let this happen to him in the beginning. And Yahweh brags about defeating the lion, not that that has anything to do with, Job's dead family. I mean, dead family. I beat him with some monster without my like that. Whatever. Satan also looks the way of the prophet Balaam, what is never linked with, for instance, the serpent in the second Genesis creation story. Nor would be Yahweh or the angel of the Lord, which, as I mentioned a moment ago, randomly sometimes goes on a rampage and kills a bunch of people for some like unauthorized sunset. Satan becomes just especially in Christian and Islamic mythology. Just that prophet until we have a future episode of how in fact, Yahweh and the Satan seem kind of chilly sometimes. It's clear that this mythology is Satan certainly operates on behalf of Yahweh, despite what we're opposed to him. Of later Christian mythology. The last group of hostile divine council members are also somehow caught into the beings described in Genesis as the Nephilim, or literally the fallen ones. These beings are members of the divine council who come to earth to make with human women, producing a race of giants, that is, including the white mouth a few chapters later and the great flood. I say kind of with them because there are other biblical texts that make genealogical connections between these giants and characters like the Philistine Goliath. The Bible can't quite decide who King David and the giants Anakim, the spies, and Joshua. Of course, the Nephilim is a much bigger story in the first book of Enoch, the history of the period of monotheism. But the Bible is generally uninterested in simply explaining the presence of later kind of gigantic people. Perhaps larger mythology around the Nephilim was already understood or otherwise documented, and they didn't feel the need to flesh out the idea of that. Or just weren't that interesting to the composers of these texts. This was some part of a more esoteric mythology that didn't get much public discussion. It's hard to say, who knows? I think the dearth of information in the Hebrew Bible may also indicate that the later narrative isn't really a continuation of more archaic Israelite mythology. There are likely roughly to more demonic entities. Our last category is a kind of demonic that seem to be supernatural in nature and are typically associated with wilderness or wasteland or dwelling. Most of these things are mentioned only in passing, sometimes only once, and they remain very mysterious. For instance, the Shadins have been associated with human sacrifice, but virtually nothing else is known about them in the Hebrew Bible. It appears that the term was included from Akkadian, where a Shedu is a lesser used term for a male version of Masu, or a protected deity, a winged or how exactly a relatively positive being in Mesopotamian mythology becomes malevolent in Israelite mythology isn't quite clear. The demonization of outsider demon spirits is a pretty common move historically. The shifts from I don't worship or even like your gods to your gods are actually evil isn't so difficult to imagine. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that the term shade or shadim in the plural goes on to become the standard Hebrew word for demon. We have the Sederim, the Hebrew ones that seems to come from the word for goat, which seem to have inhabited ruins and the object of sacrifices. They're also associated with words in the Hebrew Bible. This is grammatically a feminine form, and maybe implicitly a night demon, as the mention here is only passing. As the rebellious first wife of Adam responsible for crypt death is a much later development, made famous in the alphabet of Serach, a text of the period after the Babylonian Talmud. Although I will say that homage to it was really connected to the through time of that entity, we just don't see her specifically in the Hebrew Bible. There are also three mentions of Zaza in the book of Leviticus. Even if this is a being at this point in Israelite mythology, it is uncertain and I think even unlikely. Maz just means goat in Hebrew, but can also mean wicked. Serpents of pond are from the Judean desert where the goat would have been sent as a scapegoat. This term might also just mean something like the goat that is sent away, which is how the term is actually translated in the Septuagint. Though Allah, the two is also curious, contrasted with Yahweh in the same text. Though by the apocalyptic period of Zaza becomes fully demonized, it goes on to Greek, Jewish, Christian, and especially in Islamic mythology. It's unlikely, however, that the writer of Leviticus has the notion in mind with the demonization process many centuries later. Finally, it's possible that the being could be a Luka, which also appears only once in the Hebrew Bible and described works, may be a reference to a vampire-like entity. The word is a feminine noun meaning one that sucks and can be depicted as leech, though in later Arabic mythology, a very similar term is used for a female vampire-like character like the Velvet of the Arabian Nights. Though it's unclear if that association is taken at this period of Israelite mythology, and with the term only mentioned once in the entire Hebrew Bible, it's pretty considerable. Any kind of put in the one of this is a Israelite vampire. Generally speaking, that's the range of Israelite demonology as preserved in the Hebrew Bible. Of course, eventually non-Israelite gods such as Baal, Allah, Dagon, Enos, etc., they all get kind of demonized. But no, there's no systematic demonology in the Israelite literature. There's no where these beings no sense of who they in the divine ecology more generally. It's not connected with the origin of evil or negative Israelite. There's no demonic leader, clear organization, and only in a couple of cases are associated with modern instances of demonic possession. Often in the history of possession and exorcism in this period of Israelite religious law, on that topic, which goes from ancient Israel all the way to the elements of Kabbalah. As I mentioned earlier, that such malevolent entities, example, Israelite mythology, mythology more generally, of course, that dramatically changed with the rise of apocalyptic Judaism and the family because of intense contact with both Hellenic and Persian cultures. We would say that this Israelite tradition did persist in the Second Temple period despite the rise of apocalyptic Judaism, with a group typically referred to as the Sadducees, who rejected the existence of angels and demons generally, along with the resurrection of the body and the idea of punishment and reward in the afterlife, maintaining a more traditional Israelite concept of Sheol. In some sense, the Sadducees actually maintain a much more traditional, what one might use that word, traditional worldview of the ancient Israelites. With the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, this position seems to have basically gone extinct. Sadducees as a group more generally. Angels and demons were here to stay, and I'm sure I'll be exploring places of this in future episodes. If you're interested in the history of angels and demons, or the academic study of topics in occultism, make sure to subscribe and keep my life content. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica. We explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
I am Missy. How are you? Absolutely. Uh, I have seen a plasma ball, but as if in terms of like, if I've been abducted or that, that's absolutely correct. That's great. And I have a lot to review, so that should be good. Yeah, I'll give you an overview of just what I'm thinking, and you certainly can make me aware of what your thoughts are. Just so I know, I see my camera is perhaps needs to be flipped. So I have compiled some extensive notes on our discussion today. So I'd like to start with an introduction of myself, who I am, what I do, a little of my background, and then I'd like to talk about why my project's important, uh, this continuous media history that I'm creating. I'd like to talk a little bit about some emerging technologies, hypothetical technologies that are of interest to me. And then I built some outlines of the discussions that we had yesterday for reference. Things like an Anunnaki overview, what are Anunnaki in the Bible, things like perhaps the Nephilim, the climate shed disclosure that we talked about, the ufology in the Bible, and just basically chronological timeline of UFO related interpretations in the Bible. Some ideas on and um, certainly why haven't we had UFO disclosure? Um, some other aspects, perhaps. And you had said we might have several sessions, and I imagine we probably will need it with what I have to. That's okay. Yeah, yeah. Within YouTube, you right click on their name, and then it's add as moderator, and then you also have interest in the secret space program. So, um, most certainly
Absolutely. Okay, not on the three dots potentially, but on the person's name. So it looks like we have you had. Okay, and you're on tablet. We see the chat. We see the chat. Anchor Haven at 8:37 my time. So hi everyone. And then you wrote there. Hey Julia, how do I make your number? Ah, okay. Yes, ma'am. I do. So I'm sure we're not going to be able to get to everything, so we may obviously plan another session after. We can, but I'm going to just go through as much as possible. And then if any, I, I haven't thought of need. Okay, most certainly. I'll help you. Well, thank God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you, Misty, and to be with your audience. You're absolutely right. I am Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild. I'm an Orthodox, additionally a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Moreover, I'm a futurist. My work focuses on the intersection of spirituality, technology, and humanity's long-term future. I've been an active participant in both modern Orthodox and Hasidic Jewish communities, including Chabad, for many years, while exploring how the principles of postmodern Orthodox Judaism may help bridge traditional Jewish thought with contemporary technological, social, and global challenges. I became an Orthodox Jewish rabbi in 2021, a process traditionally known as smichot, or laying on of hands, following years of immense and immersive religious study and practice, including daily synagogue attendance, extensive learning with multiple rabbis, Chumash or Torah study, Daf Yomi or daily Talmud study, Gemara classes, additional Talmud study, and an ongoing study of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic, Ladino, along with traditional Charusa, which is third study of Hindi. Rather than pursuing a traditional congregational or academic rabbinical career, I chose to develop an alternative model of pastoral outreach and public engagement through digital media. For nearly 5 years, I have maintained a 24/7, 365 multi-stream YouTube project that is dedicated to promoting world peace, transparency, and human connection. This initiative has been described as analogous to a real-life Truman Show or real-life Big Brother. It's my daily life in an effort to encourage dialogue, understanding, and global community building. Through this project, I've created an accessible digital timeline capsule of human life dating back to the pandemic era. I maintain, in addition, a continuously operating radio broadcast in the background to preserve and document the global news cycle in real time. In a previous form of documentation, or this form of documentation, may have been taken the diary keeping or journalism, but continuous video archive to preserve both my personal experiences and historical events so that future generations may study them from a historical, biological, sociological, and technological perspective. My work explores how concepts associated with postmodern Orthodox Judaism can contribute to contemporary conversations surrounding technology, digital identity, ethics, artificial intelligence, and humanity's collective future. I frequently discuss futurism, world peace initiatives, emerging technologies, and sustainable solutions to global challenges. I also examine the long-term trajectory of human civilization, including ethical, social, and philosophical implications of humanity's potential transition toward a transhumanist future. My work seeks to foster interdisciplinary conversations that bridge religion, technology, data preservation, and humanity's shared future, while encouraging thoughtful dialogue between about building a more peaceful, sustainable, and interconnected world. And I do have a spiel that I give, really my breakdown of what I do. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm kind of king of the internet. My streams are the largest human time capsule in global history. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, Missy, and your audience and your friends and family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program or desalination technology, where we pump seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I love to talk about some topics, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial neurointelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space tourism, space travel, interstellar travel, interstellar communications, terraforming of other planets, perhaps things like cryptocurrency and quantum computing, things like Santa Claus, or like replicators that one might have seen in Star Trek years past. Things like de-extinction. Many people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. It happened in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean Quest, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded as Colossal Biotech. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, about the year 2020, to reintroduce the golden mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm excited to be able to archive it. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Moreover, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, as well as the dodo bird, which I just think is, at one time in my life, I would have thought was science fiction, but it's becoming science fiction. Moreover, I like to talk about things that improve people individually. So for anyone out there, I want to preface this by saying, if you don't want this type of technology, I don't think it should be forced on you. I think it's your body, your choice, make the decisions that you want. But for those of us who are interested, I want to give them, through my stream and through the monetization of it, the resources to be able to live longer. Most of the audience probably has an average life expectancy of when they were born or age 80. And I'd like to increase that if they want to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cold shock therapy, nootropics, peptides, ready blood transfusions, testosterone replacement therapy, whatever people want to be able to extend their life, to be able to move into a future of being able to utilize people techniques. And eventually, if they want, perhaps at age 120 or older, they may say, Rabbi, my life has been really amazing, and everything that you talked about with me in 2026 seems like science fiction, but it's become science fact. But my body's starting to break down. What are the next plans? And this is, again, with your consent, with people's consent. If they want, they may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with with someone's consent, we scan the brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android and avatar cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you in the audience is that there may be a future in a generation or two of some type of immortality, or at least digital immortality. I find that to be of extreme excitement. We're really transitioning from your typical Homo sapien that had many lifespan into at least a being that is able to extend its lifespan and may be able to prevent death indefinitely, delay death indefinitely. Moreover, other types of technologies may be utilized, like revivification technology, where we can actually bring back people who have once died, which certainly would be an adaptation that was previously utilized by Homo sapiens. And really, I think that the sky is the limit in terms of where we're moving into the future as humanity. So, with that, that's a little introduction about me. That's most certainly, yes. So I had plans to move to Israel around the pandemic, and then of course the pandemic limited some major travel opportunities, and then due to conflict there, it's not necessarily the safest of places. So I make the United States my home, with perhaps the future of living abroad. In terms of how I got started with this, I was your traditional Black Cat, Orthodox Jew, attending synagogue every single day, multiple times a day, for years, and prior to the pandemic. And it was during the pandemic when my position as a certified project management professional went virtual or remote. And I had to shift a little bit from going into work every day, commute within Southern California, the daily grind, being able to be at my computer here with this remote role. And I found that much of my the classes I was taking and even some events that we were having in my religious life also went remote. So I had gone from really having no digital presence, no social media presence, to being on camera anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day. And that reduced my anxiety in terms of, I would say, my streaming my life. And I was already doing it for half of my day. And I recognized that it would be interesting to be able to archive those videos in some way. But it would be a transition over the course of a few months in 2021 during the pandemic, when after work I would hit golf balls in Anaheim, California at Tiger Woods golf course. And I would be on the driving range and I would make little jokes to myself about if I hooked the ball, or sliced the ball, or topped the ball, while archiving my golf swing, because I really wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And I realized that some of these videos that I'm making were kind of funny, and that my future friends, God bless someday, may eventually want to perhaps see what their dear old dad was like before they were a gleam in my eye. So I would upload content every single night after work, and it was taking me a long time. I would get throttled by ISPs, and I had to have multiple devices. It was just very cumbersome. And in fall of 2021, I thought to myself, you know what? If I'm going to continue to be on camera so much, it's kind of a waste that it just streams and it doesn't archive anywhere. no one can learn anything from that. Generally, it's more difficult. I want people to be able to study it in the future. And I had seen the movie The Truman Show, and I had seen the show Big Brother. Thought, well, wouldn't it be interesting if I just became one of those characters, basically who live streams their life? And in fall of 2021, I created my first YouTube account, my first Twitch account, and began to link them. And as I was live streaming my life from one device originally, or maybe just a couple of devices, I thought, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it better than anybody's ever done it before. So I bought 33 different devices, everything from laptops, iPhones, Android devices, certainly Chromebooks and tablets. I put them around myself in 360 degrees, and that's basically how it started. That are viral. I don't know if I necessarily mean one channel that's viral. I do have some channels that have tens of thousands of followers on Twitch. My channel Viral has tens of thousands. I, for reasons like I archived that channel for posterity, and I archived many of my channels. And the reason why is because if I'm ever streaming, anybody who knows the streaming world, you can get strikes or so I do have a radio going in the background, and if it plays a song that is copyrighted, I can run into the issue where I can lose the channel. So every 6 months or so, I create brand new accounts and archive them. In terms of my social media, I have more social media than any person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I want to be uncancelable. I want redundant streams. So every yeah, usually it's just Rabbi Rothschild and then some numbers after it. So 001, 002, 003. So there's some rhyme to reasoning, but really the easiest way to find it is just to type viral rabbi or hashtag viral rabbi in any search engine, and all of my content. That's okay. I use that as well. The reason why I use Viral Rabbi is sometimes Rabbi Rothschild is 15 characters, and some platforms limit the amount of characters that you can have. So Viral Rabbi is a little bit shorter and allows me to have that hashtag more visible. Moreover, I have over 5,000 user accounts and 10,000 accounts. So this is really a huge compilation of human data. In terms of the question, where are my biggest channels that I have like nearly 50,000 on under Viral Rabbi on Twitch. I have something like 10,000 on Instagram. I have some other smaller platforms that have tens of thousands, like Nemo TV. But really, the biggest channels that I have thousands on TikTok. But what makes me different than other streamers is I have multiple accounts. So I might have 50 TikTok accounts that have over 1,000 people, which gives me the ability to be able to archive much of my data and really just do my best to be cancelable. It's very easy to cancel someone if they only have one account. So it would take a very prudent, very determined individual or group of people to be able to wipe my presence clean from the internet, which is what I want this to be something that is redundant, that has backups of my backups, so that all of the data, when I go viral, is eventually able to be discovered. Sure. Your email was in your Spotify profile, for the channel, and I was looking up people who were interested in common causes as I am, and I found your email. All the time, absolutely. So one uh, 1 year prior to the launch of OpenAI, I have archived on YouTube and other platforms. I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2022, and a user when it launched on 30th, 2022. So I've been able to see the development of ChatGPT and Grok and Gemini, and they all have unique traits, I would say, in terms, and they change. So that's unfortunate. Most certainly. I would say that I am somewhat biased toward ChatGPT just because it's the one that I've been using the most. However, in terms of the image creation, I do like Gemini because Gemini gives you, I think, like 30 credits a day to be able to create images when ChatGPT gives you like 3, something like that. So whatever one of the platforms gives me the most amount of free opportunities, I generally utilize them. One thing that I do, I write a blog. It's rabbirothschild.media. What's unique about my blog is whenever I have an idea on which I want to write, I take the idea, I write it, and then I put it through ChatGPT or Grok or any of the other AI engines, and then I will take the result and put it into another AI engine and ask the other AI engine to, from a logical soundness standpoint, and it will tell me wherever I have perhaps a weakness in an argument, or where I can certainly strengthen the element in the writing, and then I will go back. So I'm really proud of the writing that I have published because not only do I think that it is logical, but multiple engines of AI do as well. Yeah. So how can one person manage intelligence? It's an excellent question. I keep, I keep a large spreadsheet that has much of the information of what channel is managing what device is managing what. So that's probably the easiest way that I am able to manage individual channels. Additionally, I multi-stream on my devices, which I think makes it a little easier because in general I only have to log into one main account, and the streams are multi-streamed to different platforms. So just to give the audience an idea, on something like there's a platform known as Rumble Studio that allows for free multi-stream, which I think is great. And I advise if you're an influencer, you should multi-stream. Why waste your time on just YouTube or just Twitch or just Kick or just Rumble when you could be utilizing all of those audiences at the same time and basically compounding your influence? And so I use Rumble Studio to live stream simultaneously from YouTube and Facebook and Kick and Twitch and simply Rumble itself. So each one of my devices is compounding the amount of data that I'm creating, but I generally only have to log in with one account and remember the credentials for that one account. But it does get complicated, and I do have some channels that I've just completely forgotten how to log in, and I don't know. Basically, one day I hope to be in the good graces of a company like Google or Twitch or TikTok or whatever it may be, to be able to get some of them. But if not, then there's archives for humans to be able to study the future. In terms of monetization, I do not recommend the process that I have gone for monetization. The best way to do it is to have one account per platform and to read the terms and conditions beforehand. That's really important as well to know what you can and can't do on different platforms, and to know what the expectations are to be monetized on each. Perhaps like on YouTube, you certain amount of subscribers, you need perhaps a certain number of watch hours. You may need to have established Kick. There's the Kick Creator program that can pay you a certain dollar amount per hour for you to be able to stream, but you have to stream a certain amount every 30 days or so. And in terms of Twitch, it's a similar program that they have. I personally think Rumble has a great program where you start earning idea is that if you create a brand new Rumble account, start streaming, do it for a few cents. I'm not saying that you're not going to retire by any means, but it's nice to see that your account is, you don't look at it, it's got $20 in it. And if you have enough accounts, you might just off of that, will be able to do whatever it is you may wish with that money. At least from my perspective and monetization, I don't really worry about the money. I don't worry about the amount of views that I get, because I am in so many different platforms with so many different accounts that it's hard for me to just focus on. When I first started, of course, I just had one account and on each platform. But again, you'll find that, like in a case like mine, I fall asleep in the stream because I just sleep on stream. And when that occurs, yeah, yeah, I mean, the term thing is something that's just like a funny, cool individual. And I am live on 24 different streams, 24/7 on multiple different streams. I could have said a cool person, or I could have said a neat guy, or whatever. But traditionally, the term pimp is just somebody who people like to be around, and I give kind of a fictitious one at the beginning that I'm a cool individual. And you're gonna like what I do. In terms of certainly, and as we have discussed offline, I'll help you in any way that I can. In terms of the different requirements to be able to monetize on the different platforms, it absolutely does change. When I first started YouTube, we did 1,000 followers, 4,000, and that increased to 10,000, which is really up in their requirements. And so it's a good idea to get in as early as you can, because generally the requirements to be monetized do not lessen, they become strict. And if you are looking to be an influencer just to make money, I don't know if it's the best idea unless you already have a large community. I can tell you, just on Discord, I have about 3,000 people in my Discord, and these are people who are quite loyal to me. Some of whom spend 24 hours a day with me. They live stream their lives alongside me, and that's what gives me joy when people come in and connect with me directly. I'd much rather have that than just comment on one of my numerous videos from one of my first channels. So I invite anybody who wants to connect with me 24 hours a day, join my Discord, discord.me/invite. You'll be part of a community of thousands of people, real people. We watch movies together, we play games together, we do sports together. This is a place for people who need pastoral advice, or employment advice, or relationship advice, can come 24 hours a day. So in terms of the monetization aspect, it's not that important to me. In fact, it's not really at all important to me at this point. I know that the monetization of my channels will be immense in the future. If you don't mind, do you mind if I plan? Depends how you want to define that. At one point, uh, 13 years ago or so, I saw a plasma ball. If you're familiar, there was a plasma ball that occurred okay, excellent. That occurred not just in the United States, but globally. And so I did see a plasma ball that I was driving my car. It was in the United States, and it was about it was anything about close to sun, but not yet sunset. I knew where the sun was. Definitely wasn't the sun. from my car about 50 feet or so. It was bright orange, and I was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and it was in the United States. I don't want to say the exact location. And it flew over my car. I felt this intense that there was like it felt not artificial. Well, I should say it didn't feel man. It felt intelligent. Like you could almost get me until I did not. It flew. It was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and I was traveling about 20 miles per hour, and it went into a suburban area. And I remember thinking, my whole life I wanted to see something, UFO, alien of some sort. I never had that opportunity, but I did see this, and so it resonated. And I ended up looking up information on this and found that this was a huge phenomenon that was happening across at that time, and it's still happening. And I've seen these plasma balls create crop circles, and I've seen them being chased by black helicopters. So I really thought that was really interesting. In terms of an abduction, to my knowledge, I've never been abducted. In terms of any kind of paranormal, and that kind of stuff, and experience. I have seen a plasma ball, and it is in most of the cases. And so I invite your audience, if they have had this type of experience, to go to the New Fire website and to create a case. Even if it's a decade later, it's important that this type of information is archived for future generations. And so I do have a regret that I didn't create a case right away. It took me a little while to be able to create a case, but I ended up eventually creating a case and did my best to provide as much information as possible. It was orange, about the size of a beach ball. It was almost like it was on fire, and it was completely silent. And the only one that I've ever seen, but that was certainly an interesting experience that I had. Yes, I did. Would you like to have that discussion now? Most certainly. So I did have a chance to see Disclosure Day, and for anyone who hasn't seen it, I would just give the spoiler alert, because we probably are going to talk about some things that were within the movie that we have planned for you. So I personally had a great amount of excitement for this movie. Excellent. And so having the opportunity, we have Steven Spielberg doing a huge press tour in terms of it, and having a leading lady like Emily was going to be a major event. And it left me, frankly, somewhat disappointed. And for anyone out there, just to what it's about, it starts from it explores what happens when proof of extraterrestrial life becomes public knowledge. Centers on a cybersecurity whistleblower exposed to alien-related, and meteorologist is by who began to experience unexplained phenomena in telepathic language. Both characters are linked by a history of alien contact and government suppression. I thought that this movie had a really great opportunity to blow the doors off the alien subject, and it just left me with a lot of desire. A basic story overview: there's a major corporation that is revealed to have hidden evidence of alien encounters for decades. There's a data breach that exposes classified files tied to UFO events dating back to Roswell. Basically, the two main characters discover they were involved in childhood abductions connected to a larger extraterrestrial experiment. A whistleblower group helps them recover suppressed memories and alien communication. They eventually broadcast global evidence of alien contact to the world, and the film ends with a single transmitted alien message interpreted as listen. And I don't know what you thought, me, it seems like there's going to be a disclosure day too, just based on that. There's a huge opening, there's a huge opportunity here, which is somewhat disappointing to me because I wanted to get to the bottom of this. Overall, I found the movie to be quite boring, honestly, and somewhat unrealistic in many ways. But I understand it is Hollywood. I found as well that there were some interesting aspects of the discussion of Lyndon Johnson at Homestead military base in Florida with Jackie Gleason to be an interesting topic, and the video that they purported of having the Roswell alien crash bodies and the case in Pennsylvania to be quite interesting. And to me, overall, Disclosure Day does help the disclosure movement because it does make the topic more mainstream. And I just thought they could have done so much more. Oh, excellent. Okay, great. So I have heard some people who have enjoyed it. I've heard people who have not. The idea of the card place with the comic train and everything. Yes, absolutely is a high cruise, which I do understand. So the part that you really liked, we might have been kind of opposite opinions. I found the end to be much better. So the ending, right? Oh, yes, yes. It was. So one time I was an skeptic of the UFO phenomenon. I would say publicly that this point with this is fringe theory. This is not scientific, and I will be the first to admit I was wrong. And it's a strong person to admit that I'm wrong on top. I was absolutely wrong. The thing that connected with me and resonated with me that convinced me that the UFO phenomenon is real and they are here was the Disclosure Project with Dr. Stephen Greer that was around 2008 or 2009. And for those not familiar, the Disclosure Project was an event at the National Press Corps on May 9th, 2001, where Dr. Stephen Greer, who was an emergency room physician, uh, brought in a dozen or so whistleblowers from all aspects of military intelligence, international experts, people within NASA, and they had real data that for the first time in my life that was able to convince me that this was more of a phenomenon than I had even um, than I had once perceived. It was the first time that it was one whistleblower after another, after another, after another, as opposed to most UFO documentaries that I had seen, which were just someone who was shadowy background, and you couldn't really, they distorted their voices and things like that. It was not this at all. This are people who had been credentialed by the highest levels of the government, the FAA, NASA, certainly with the military intelligence, and they had real data. FAA briefings, they had whistleblowers who talk about NASA photoshopping or airbrushing these craft in data. That was a groundbreaking event in my life that caused me to then really dig into Bob Lazar, Area 51, S4, Element 115, Pentium, Moscovium, whatever you call it. The, I'd been close. I had not been to the Little Inn or anything like that. Oh, okay. Good call. People ask me this. I don't really watch my streams that much. I just check them from the quality assurance perspective to make sure they're archiving. But it's so much that I have to be able to go through. It's literally nearly 5 years of 24/7 continuous streaming. I do want to preface by saying every 12 hours, generally, I stop my streams and restart them so that they're archived on YouTube. So for anyone out there who it'll be a group effort, certainly, but there will be people who will be able to watch huge amounts of my streams and see if we do catch any type of paranormal activity or any kind of interesting aspects. And what's also interesting is I'm streaming from different angles, so that usually isn't done within many. We don't have multiple angles usually with paranormal. No, I stream outdoors. I stream as far north as Santa Cruz, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, Disney, really everywhere within Southern California. And I find it easiest though to stream inside because that's where the Wi-Fi is the strongest, and I can't carry 33 different devices with me from a practicality standpoint, but also um, uh, I just don't have that much data that be able to. So I do have far more IRL stream content that probably most people have in their entire life on camera, but most of them are inside and generally where I have the strongest wireless. Most of them. So let's talk about. I'm going to make sure that we have addressed the topic of the monetization, and then I'll get into that. Is that okay? Excellent. So within what I do, this continuous digital human and historical media attention, I feel that it could be the biggest event in global history. And I say that because I cover so many different topics, including alien disclosure. And there's a really important aspect of being able to monetize this as a live broadcast layer, the real-time attention capture. There's a massive archival layer. There's the viral distribution layer, a monetization layer with ads, sponsorships, subscriptions, and stuff. The potential AI training layer, and a cultural timeline. So for anyone out there who may doubt that this has the opportunity to make not only me, but the audience extremely wealthy because I'm a content. I did want to ensure that there are a lot of ways that we would be able to make money on this when it goes on. In terms of the discussion that we have with guns and gun abductions and such, so at least my understanding of with the alien abduction phenomenon, really we have some major cases that I started to phenomenon. Every single night, yeah, yeah, 100%. I've called Coast to Coast multiple times, to share just, predictions and things like that. Yeah, so anybody who is a Coast to Coast fan, every single night for 7 hours a night, I listen to Coast to Coast. There's on KFI AM 640 Los Angeles. There is a 4 hour show that they replay the show for another 3 hours before the next broadcast. So you don't have to necessarily, if you don't want subscribe to the Coast subscription, because you can listen to every show on my stream. So I'm a huge Coast to Coast fan. I used to be afraid of Coast to Coast AM, just when I was a little kid, because it seemed really scary, and they would talk about things that maybe were so focused on children. But as I got older, I would listen to Art Bell and some of the Life, and then of course George Norrie, and get really excited about this was a place where people could be able to connect, share their stories, share their experiences, and I found this to be very scientific. For anyone out there, we're talking about advanced propulsion and advanced particle physics and anti-gravity, antimatter, really things that many people do consider to be scientific, but just because it's not always the most mainstream discussion, some doubts about. But in terms of the Coast to Coast realm, I'm a coastie. I love it. Listen to it every night. In terms of the alien abduction phenomenon, I find these cases to be of extreme interest because this is where we are able to derive a lot of our understanding of first-hand encounters with aliens. And so to just go through a few of the ones that I have found interesting, there's of course the Antonio Villas-Boas case from October 15th, 1957, near Sao Francisco de Sales in Brazil. And the background is Boas was a 23-year-old farmer. He was working late at night on fields with his family's farm. And because of the summer heat, he was working late into the sunset. He noticed what appeared to be a bright red star. The object seemed unusually bright and appeared to move toward him. As it approached, he realized it was not a star. The object descended toward him. He described the craft as egg-shaped, metallic in appearance, rested on three legs, rotated, had a rotating vent on top, created a bright glow. The capture was, he tried to flee from his tractor. 4 humanoid beings emerged. They chased him through the field. They physically grabbed him and carried him forward. His description of the beings, they were roughly 5 feet tall. They had gray coveralls, helmet-like headgear, blue eyes, no understandable speech. They communicated through barking, growling sounds, which is different than some of the other cases that we have, which I always find to be interesting. I always find the inside of the crafts to be just extremely exciting. This craft had metallic corridors, strange red symbols on the walls, a strong chemical odor, bright lighting without visible light fixtures, and a medical examination, which is pretty commonly. His clothing was removed, blood was drawn from his chin, his entire body was inspected. There were strange instruments used, and then this has always been mind-blowing to me. The humanoid approached him. There was an encounter. Gas was released into the room. He interpreted this female to be attractive. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, high cheekbones, large cat-like eyes. I also heard interpretations that this was just how he interpreted the being, that the being could have been an alien species. He claimed that they engaged in sexual intercourse. The female afterward pointed to the abdomen, to him, and then to the sky, which he believed was indicating she would bear a hybrid child. He was later released to the field several hours later. The craft descended rapidly, and he disappeared into the night sky. Of historical importance, this is often considered the first modern alien abduction case. And it introduced the reproductive themes later in other abduction cases. Of course, there's the Betty and Barney Hill case, September 19th to 20th, 1961, in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. The background is that Betty and Barney Hill were a married couple returning for vacation in Canada. Something that's unique about them in this case is that they were an interracial couple. When interracial couples were not considered to be normal. They were driving in rural New Hampshire at night. The initial sighting was that Betty noticed a bright light. It appeared to move independently of the stars. The object followed their vehicle for 2 hours. They had a close encounter, and Barney stopped the car. He viewed the object through binoculars, and he plainly saw a large disc-shaped craft, rows of windows, humanoid figures directly at him. One figure appeared to be illegal. He was missing part. They returned home much later than expected, approximately 2 hours from home. The watches stopped working. Betty's dress was damaged. Barney's shoes were unusually stuck, and they had not recalled. Years later, they both underwent hypnosis. They described the things as having large black eyes, gray skin, hairless heads, thin noses, small mouths, and uniform-like clothing. Aboard the craft, Betty's account, she was escorted through corridors. She met a leader figure. She was placed on an examination table. Her hair sample was taken, skin sample was taken. A needle was inserted into her abdomen. Barney's account was that he was separated from Betty, subjected to medical examination, final measurements recorded. A flight device was placed on his body, and then there was a star map. Betty claimed that she was shown a three-dimensional star chart. She later drew the map from memory. Some UFO researchers associated it with the Zeta system. We'll talk about the Zeta in a little bit if we have the opportunity. There was historical importance. This created the modern day alien archetype, and it became the template for most later abduction reports. Other things that I always found to be interesting about this case were that the aliens, Betty's dress allegedly, that they weren't able to figure out something as simple as a zipper. That Barney's shoes were stuck on the tops of the shoes, which meant that he was probably dragged, and that they were very scared thereafter. They never made a huge amount of money from this. And most of the alien abductees or people who had some type of anomalous encounter do not make a lot of money on this. There isn't a lot of reason to want to be someone who considers yourself to be connected to these types of phenomena because there's a lot of ridicule for when this occurs. And I should have prefaced all of this discussion by saying, I don't know if any of this is true. All of this is alleged. This is the history of the alien abductions. Yes, I do. And I have for some years. Yeah, we'll get into that in just a moment. As for David Paulides, I think he's doing a really great job of trying to get to the bottom of what's going on in national parks. I don't know, frankly, but there are some amazing stories that he has of disappearances. And we do know, going into the story in a few moments, of some people who've been abducted within heavily forested areas. And it most certainly could be that would be a really great opportunity for people to be abducted. It provides my lab provides our a national forest for books. No. I agree. No, consent is very important in this. I don't agree that somebody should be taken ever against it. No, what I'm saying is that a military abduction, uh, would it's much easier to do one of these in a rural environment than it is an urban environment. Exactly. Yes, I'm in agreement with you, and so I'm glad that we're united on this subject. Um, to- if you really think about how vast the universe could be, any kind of alien that we can imagine probably exists in one form or another. And so, of course, a hairy being could exist. We have heard in the on the Bigfoot subject that there may be some type of connection between UFOs and Bigfoot. considered to be a Bigfoot, like a great ape, could be extra dimensional, could be interdimensional, I should say, or extraterrestrial. So, if the idea that shapeshifting may be a reality, and you can shapeshift into anything that you want, including a reptile or like an alien prey, the idea of a Bigfoot like Chewbacca is not that strange. So I'm not someone who thinks that Bigfoot is necessarily all a hoax. I do have questions like why don't we find dead ones and how do they reproduce and why don't we ever really get really great film on the matter? Like yes, that's that's right. And I I've heard discussions whether these are true or not. I don't know. The comparison given from is one of the top five most viewed clips in global history. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But you're absolutely right. It is. If it's not top five, it's one of the most persistent ideas in terms of the Bigfoot phenomenon, and to this day hasn't fully been um, uh, clarified as to exactly what occurred then. There have been discussions, oh, there were death by concussions, and there perhaps was some reasons going on. But overall, it's the best evidence that we have that occurred in Northern California decades ago. I'd like something more recent. I think, especially with the advent of trail cams that are basically motion sensor detection devices, I would expect that we should be able to have better evidence of Bigfoot, and I don't have the answer as to why. I don't know if I'm the best person to say which one is broken from because and I'm more of an advocate of documentaries in terms of the alien phenomenon because a lot of Hollywood can take make some connections that aren't always there. However, for anyone who hasn't seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I feel that that's one of the classics and really most and E.T. E.T. to me brought the idea of the phrase extraterrestrial into mainstream within the mid 1980s. It's just a nostalgia that I have for that. I think Independence Day really put aliens as a blockbuster event that it was just such a huge budget and huge summer release that it was one of those movies that forced everybody to see. And I don't know if Disclosure Day has had. The movie industry has changed since in the last 30 years or so in terms of what gets people excited. But those are some probably more conventional, more mainstream movies that I think bring the idea of disclosure in multiple ways with close encounters with the idea of the different connections that one has extraterrestrials with ET and actually having a personal relationship with aliens in a way that we hadn't really previously seen in a big way. And then Independence Day, where we have these crafts over every major American city, and we're starting to see every single television channel focused on this phenomenon. Those are some of my favorites. Good question. That's correct. So in terms of the idea of keeping Earth, if I may, I would reference Chaim Mashiach. Absolutely. So for anyone who doesn't know who Chaim Mashiach or his revelation, he had an event that occurred in 2020 regarding extraterrestrial life, a purported galactic federation, and the alleged cooperation between extraterrestrials and the United States and Israel. So his claims received worldwide media attention because of his senior career in Israeli defense and space programs. Well, none of this can necessarily be proven. What he added to the disclosure topic is quite interesting, specifically involves Mars and what you were talking about here on Mars. It's important to be able to bring it up now. So basically, Chaim was the former head of Israel's space security program. He served for decades with his Israeli defense-related space activities. He was a retired major general equivalent in the Israeli defense circles. He received numerous Israeli security awards, and he became internationally known by the statements he did in 2020. Why this story became famous in terms of disclosure. In interviews promoting a book, he stated that extraterrestrials exist, a galactic federation exists, the United States knows about extraterrestrials, Israel has interacted with extraterrestrials, humanity is not yet ready for open disclosure, and secret underground facilities exist on Mars involving humans and extraterrestrials. These claims were widely reported internationally, though there's no documented evidence accompanying just these statements. There were no government confirmed allegations, and of course this remains unverified. But basically, his career from 1981 to 2011, he directed the Israeli military space program. He oversaw satellite-related activities. He was involved in national security space projects, and he became one of Israel's most senior space security officials. In December 2020 is when all the international attention occurred. The story spread globally after publication of interviews discussing his claims. News outlets worldwide reported his story. The interest surged in UFOs and disclosure communities. Mainstream media covered the allegations because of the ship's credentials. What he talked about, and I found this to be of extreme interest, was the Galactic Federation. He claimed that there was a Galactic Federation that exists, that multiple extraterrestrial civilizations belong to it. Humanity is being observed. Contact is limited because humanity is not ready. The alleged purpose is to prevent premature disclosure, according to his narrative, to monitor humanity and civilization development. Now, in terms of the United States connection, he states that there was cooperation, that the U.S. government knows extraterrestrials exist, that certain information remains classified, and this contact is occurred for many years. He stated that President Trump, who was then president at that time, was president again, he was aware of certain information, and that perhaps disclosure efforts within the administration had been considered. His Mars claim was that there was an underground Mars base. This was one of his most discussed statements. He claimed that there's a joint underground facility that exists on Mars. Humans and extraterrestrials allegedly cooperate with, and scientific activities occur at that facility. He stated that humanity was not ready, that extraterrestrials do not want open disclosure yet. Humanity must develop further, and contact would eventually become public. The connection to the UFO disclosure movement is that basically his claims gave more government transparency, perhaps led people to investigate regarding UFOs or UAPs. In terms of the reaction from the UFO community, some researchers argued that his career gave his statements unusual significance. Senior officials rarely make such claims publicly, and that the story deserved investigation. Of course, there were skeptics. Critics asked, where is the documentation? Where are the photographs? Where are the corroborating witnesses? Why has no government contact confirmed claims? These are excellent questions to be asked as well. This was a comparison, or the comparisons have been made to other disclosure figures like Paul Hellyer, Edgar Mitchell, David Grush. Paul Hellyer was a Canadian leader within the Canadian government. Edgar Mitchell was an astronaut. David Grush is a U.S. military whistleblower. So common themes in the narrative of the Galactic Federation that they are an interstellar organization, that there are multiple civilizations, and there's an oversight role. It's been described like the United Nations of space. There is controlled disclosure perhaps occurring that community is not ready, that this information will be released gradually, and secrecy is maintained. That this is basically known as soft disclosure. He described advanced technology from highly advanced civilizations who have been involved and interested in the long-term observation of Earth. His Mars operations, their secret facilities, human extraterrestrial cooperation. Really, this was just something that he wrote. There wasn't necessarily much evidence or really any evidence of it, but he certainly claimed that aliens exist. He claimed that the Galactic Federation exists. He claims that there is a Mars base, but the government has not confirmed any of these claims, and no evidence has been produced. So, in terms of Harry Shad, if you remember anything about him, he was a highly placed Israeli space security official. In 2020, he publicly discussed extraterrestrials, the Galactic Federation, and the Mars facility, and these claims attracted worldwide attention but remain unverified and unsupported. With that being said, you brought up another point regarding humanity's development into a Type 1 civilization. Is that correct? I'm certainly not I'm certainly not an expert on all aspects of these disclosures, but I do think that he helped to promote the disclosure effort, and the 3i Atlas, as I understand, it's the third interstellar object discovered passing our solar system. He theorized that it had unusual anomalies, including its huge size, trajectory, and basically there was a huge amount of abundance of high deuterium and to hydrogen ratios. And as I understand now, in the current time, the 3i Atlas is well beyond Jupiter. It's speeding away from the sun and back into interstellar space. But even without being able to prove what this was, I think Avi Loeb helped to promote the disclosure topic by bringing in some new evidence of some type of anomaly and forcing people to take the subject more seriously. Most certainly. So one thing that you had mentioned previously is developing from a Type 1 civilization, Type 0 civilization, Type 1. And for those who don't know what we're referencing, this is the Kardashev scale. For those who don't know, this was developed by Nikolai Kardashev, who's a Russian astrophysicist who died in 2019. He worked for the Russian Space Institute. He focused on radio astronomy and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. The Kardashev scale was first proposed in 1964 in the paper Transmission of Information by Extraterrestrial civilizations. So the idea of the type 1 civilization, which has been proposed, we are not quite yet, is a planetary civilization. It uses all energy available on its home planet. It's able to control climate systems, oceans, the planetary energy grid, and humanity today is estimated to be about 0.7. That's Carl Sagan, who said that decades ago, and I still don't know if they are yet. There's a type 2, which is a stellar civilization. It uses energy from its entire swarm, possibly microstructures like a Dyson swarm or Dyson sphere, and we are most likely far from this level. That may be when in the future. And then the galactic civilization, which is a type 3, it harnesses the energy of its entire galaxy. It's able to control billions of star systems, and we're not remotely close. There, the Carter scale has had some speculative add-ons for anyone who is interested. There's a type 4, a supergalactic civilization that uses energy across multiple galaxies. It may manipulate galactic clusters and allows civilization spans enormous distances. There's type 5, which is a multiverse civilization, operates across multiple universes, requires physics beyond science, and has access to parallel universes or space-time domains. There's type 6, universe-creating civilization. It can create entire universes, design physical laws, strength, and reality infinite capability. And then type 7, another reality civilization that exists beyond physical reality itself. It controls all possible universes, mathematical realities, and it's often described as a godlike intelligence, speculative philosophy. And these are speculative, the only ones that Kardashev are the first three. Now, in terms of where we sit in humanity, it's been estimated that we're at 0.7. I don't know if we're quite yet there. I've heard hypotheses that state that humans need peace on Earth before we will be off the opportunity of the galactic table, Galactic Federation. And I see this to be the ability if we don't destroy the Earth, that it is inevitable if given enough time. And the reason we say that, if we study civilizations on Earth of the past, when they would do exploring, they would need to have peace in the home country before they would have necessarily the ability to exploration teams and set colonies and such. And the same is true on Earth, that we have to be able to dedicate energy and the materials and resources to space exploration if we are warring beyond Earth. And well, certainly, and those are important discussions to have at a micro level. In terms of space exploration, those are macro ideas. So I'm saying before the year 3000, I think that perhaps you'll have some element of peace on Earth. If we study the alien abductees have stated that generally they're the abductors. So there's a lot to unpack with that. The idea that we may have had some type of DNA alteration is consistent with what problems are was based on in his disclosure, his whistleblowing in the late 1980s, he stated that aliens treat Earth like a zoo or like long-term experiment. And that human DNA has been altered 85 times, which is consistent with what you said. And so we actually have some guided evolution as opposed to the traditional type of evolution that many times they decide that we have done. This would explain some of the development that we have in terms of the immense amount of evolution and certainly get to that. So I do have the opportunity, if you'd like, to review all of these different terms that we may hear. But as we have studied, the Anakim are a race of giants and the descendants of Anak, and they inhabited the anything certainly could be possible. Generally, they're considered separate. The Anakim inhabited a southern hill in Canaan near Hebron, and they were much taller and warlike, or at least had that type of reputation, and intimidated the ancient Israelites, and certainly shaped the biblical narrative of the Exodus. In terms of the Anunnaki, this is they're not mentioned directly in the Bible, unlike the Anakim. No Hebrew word corresponds directly to Anunnaki. There's no biblical passage referring to this group of deities. However, the reason why people think there is a connection, there's a gods or divine council parallel. The Bible does not describe. The Bible does describe a heavenly council of divine beings, and you referenced this earlier. Now, some of these words are also words that within Orthodox Judaism we use for God. So I need to be very careful. And so I want to preface this by saying this is all for educational purposes, and I may distort the names slightly to be able to, for religious purposes. So the first term that you used, and I'm going to break up the word, it's Elo and then Him, which I will call Elohim. This is a form related to the God that's E and then L, which means God, and the translation is usually God or gods or divine being, but so Ha Elo and then Elo, Ha Elo and then Him, and this is the sons of God or divine beings. These appear in Genesis 6 as the sons of God and the daughters of humans, and then also Job 1 and 2. That's generally thought of as correct, yes. And so there's a parallel idea. Much of at least Jewish study is from ancient developments, and while some people may use a term as plural, other people may consider that to be singular, and eventually the monotheistic basis of Judaism would take its form, but it was not immediate. If you look at the text, that many different names of God were developed, and then also some terms may be like Elohim in a plural sense as being the God or gods or divine beings, but that might not always have been in reference to God. So the idea of the Anunnaki as being a divine council of God is certainly prevalent. And in biblical text, there's an Elohim council, a divine court under one supreme God. But these are generally considered to be separate religious systems, not shared entities. Now, within the Genesis flood parallel, there are some similarities that exist between Mesopotamian tradition. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, for those who don't know, this is most certainly, yeah, absolutely. So the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh is a legendary king, and there's a flood story, and there is the Atrasis myth, human destruction, and then a flood narrative. Then we have the biblical tradition, of course, with Noah's flood in Genesis. They both share a global flood narrative and a divine decision to reset humanity and a chosen survivor. However, the Bible does not use the Mesopotamian deity names, and the Anunnaki are not involved in the biblical flood story. So there are some other later traditions, more modern. Some modern writers try to link the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, and the sons of God passages, but academically, the Nephilim are not identified with the Anunnaki in ancient texts. These are separate traditions that developed independently. Now, with that, let's go into the Nephilim a little bit. So most certainly, those are similar names of what we consider to be Hashem, the name. So we don't pronounce those names within Orthodox Judaism, but yes, that's the God of Abraham in the Hebrew Bible. Sure. If you want to call it a plasma ball, I wouldn't, different than what I saw, but some type of transcendent physical being, if somebody wanted to consider it that, people are allowed to interpret things in any way possible. Lightning would be something that would be, I think, an apt description, especially with the writing of the tablets. But generally, within mainstream Orthodoxy, we think of God as being incorporeal, meaning not having a body, and thus wouldn't be described as having any kind of human form. If people wanted to consider it as being an energy form, that is more in line with how I would understand it. If people wanted, yeah, some people may call it plasma, other people may call it lightning, other people may call it energy. I'm okay with all of these. However, it allows you to better interpret the story. So long as we stay away from it being of human form, then generally the answer is we don't know. We don't have a good enough description of exactly what it was. So energy is what I'd be comfortable with describing it as. Absolutely. Absolutely. So the Nephilim are the fallen ones. Generally, comes from the Nephilim comes from the Hebrew term nephal, which means to fall. The possible translations are fallen ones, those who have fallen, those who cause others to fall, violent ones, and then later translations are giants. So we have the uh, the reference of the Nephilim twice within the Hebrew Bible. This occurs in Genesis. The reference Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward when the sons of God came to the daughters of man and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. Uh, so this is the first biblical appearance of the Nephilim. It appears immediately before the flood narrative. It does not explicitly define what the Nephilim were, and interpretation certainly depends heavily on the surrounding verses. Now, the second occurrence happens in the book of Numbers, and and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, from the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight like grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. So Anak, this is what we had discussed earlier, the Anakim, the descendants of Anak. This is the second and final appearance of the Nephilim. It was spoken by the Israelite spies. It helped. It creates a chronological tension with Genesis, and it is often interpreted as exaggeration or comparison. But the major interpretive question that exists with the Nephilim: how do they exist after the flood, or do they exist after the flood? So Genesis places them before the flood. Numbers reference them after the flood. The text does not resolve the issue. Classical explanations is that there was exaggeration. The spies used legendary language to describe fear. There's a comparison theory that the Anakim were compared to the legendary Nephilim. There's a descendant theory that later groups preserved the name or reputation. The traditional Jewish rabbinic approach is that the sons of God means rulers or nobles, and that the Nephilim were violent human elites. This preserves strict monotheism, it avoids angelic reproduction, and it focuses on human moral corruption. There is a second temple tradition. Some ancient Jewish writings interpret the sons of God as angels, and the Nephilim were giant offspring. This is found in Enochic literature. It's influential, but not universal within Judaism. And then we move into the book of Enoch. So this expands on Genesis 6. Egyptian. So what we can do is just okay. So we've got two questions here. Let's adjust the YouTube question, and then we can get into Chimera. So the idea of the Anunnaki, it's usually understood as referring to Mesopotamian deities. The name is often analyzed as relating to An or Anu, the sky god, and the ending referring to a group of divine beings. The exact original Sumerian meaning is debated, but it is not derived from a known word, Anku, meaning key to life, meaning life. Edition from the Mesopotamian Anuna or Anunnaki, the key of life idea comes from Egyptian symbolism, not Sumerian. There is also a Mesopotamian word family involving An, which means sky or heaven, and the divine concepts, which may be why some people notice a spiritual connection. There is a bridge between realms, though. I mean, these are all people within the same 1,000-mile radius, and so there was definitely some connection between them. The Egyptian Ankh usually represents vitality, divine human connection. The Mesopotamian gods is an interaction between divine and human realms. And then the Enoch traditions are heavenly beings crossing into the human world. So those themes generally occur across all the cultures. The idea of the distraction that was referenced is also that some researchers of mythology do discuss. Sometimes there's a modern focus on the Anunnaki as aliens that can overshadow the actual ancient material, which is more about cosmic order, kingship, creation, divine authority, and humanity's relationship with the gods. So a historically grounded way to frame that idea from an excellent question in the comments is that the Anunnaki may be less important as beings who came here, but more important as symbols of the ancient human attempt to describe the connection between the divine, the cosmos, and human existence. And then as to your question, the chimera, generally in mythology, as I understand, it would be like a fire-breathing Greek monster with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. And there are also ways that it's been described in biology as an animal or plant that contains two or more different sets of DNA. And then in certain genetics, a person results in two distinct DNA profiles. So the idea of a chimera can certainly have the mythology sense or the modern biological sense. You were asking what specifically about the chimera? That's absolutely correct. And Missy, I think that's an accurate and apt observation that we may not know. In terms of could some type of extraterrestrial being have relations or impregnate a human woman and create a hybrid? Absolutely. Could a woman have her eggs or ovum extracted and create a hybrid being off world? I think that's possible too. The important aspect to, I think, not forget is that with sufficiently advanced technology, anything is possible. So most certainly. Okay, so we can certainly get into that discussion. So usually this is the wheel within a wheel vision that is approximately around 600 before the common era. Pardon me. Well, this is the biblical book of Ezekiel. If you're talking about the wheel within a wheel, that absolutely. So this occurred around historians think around 593 before the common era. And it was a vision that occurred during the Babylonian exile. Some modern UFO theorists claim that this vision describes advanced technology or spacecraft. Mainstream interpretations view the vision as symbolic. So some basic facts. In Ezekiel chapter 1, it contains one of the most detailed visionary descriptions in the ancient world. The vision became one of the foundations to later Jewish mysticism and certainly Kabbalistic understanding. The wheel within a wheel is one of the most analyzed images in all of biblical literature, and many ancient readers understood the account as a supernatural vision rather than a technical report. So we have Ezekiel. His name in Hebrew means God strengthens, and he was a Jewish prophet active during the 6th century before the Common Era. He was likely born around 622 of the Common Era, and he belonged to a priestly family of Judah. He was taken into Babylonian captivity in around 597 before the Common Era. We have the Judeans, the people of Judah, the population of the kingdom of Judah, and many were deported to Babylonia after military defeat. We have Nebuchadnezzar, who his Akkadian name is connects the name Nabu, Babylonian god of wisdom, in Kudiri, air, and Usur, protect. So his name literally means, O Nabu, protect the air. He was the king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire from 605 to around 562 before the Common Era. He conquered Jerusalem in 597 before the Common Era and 586 before the Common Era. And he's responsible for the deportations of Judeans. Ezekiel is one of the few biblical prophets whose ministry can be dated with unusual precision. He lived among exiles rather than in Jerusalem. His writings contain more visionary imagery than almost any other biblical prophet, and his priestly background may explain the strong emphasis on divine glory and sacred symbolism. So now let's get to this wheel within a wheel. What is it? He describes giant wheels beside heavenly beings. Each wheel appears to contain another wheel intersecting it. The wheels can move in any direction without turning. He also describes living creatures. 4 supernatural beings accompanied the wheels, possessing 4 faces and 4 wings. There was a divine throne. It was positioned above the creatures and the wheels, and it supports a radiant divine figure. There's the idea that the glory of God was a visible manifestation of the divine presence. The wheels were covered with eyes. The wheels move in perfect coordination with the living creatures, and the entire structure functions as a heavenly chariot. Similar throne imagery appears in other ancient Near Eastern cultures as well, but this is one of the major connections that people make to UFOs in the Bible. There are some others. If you'd like, we can certainly address those. And like, is the term UFO actually mentioned in the Bible or something along those lines? And generally, it is not, but some people do have some interpretations as to what occurred. So within the Hebrew Bible, we're talking about Tanakh. This is Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, meaning our Hebrew Bible canon. There is divine throne imagery, which we just discussed somewhat, angelic messengers, hybrid or ambiguous beings, fiery ascension events, structured celestial hosts, complex visionary systems, especially like what we're talking about in Ezekiel. So Genesis, the earliest ambiguous divine human narrative. There's a key passage. Certainly, the sons of God saw the daughters of man, that they were fair, and there were giants on earth in those days. The sons of God, these divine beings, which we discussed, were the Nephilim. Then within Deuteronomy, we have the idea of when you see the sun, the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven, there is an idea of celestial bodies described as an organized host. It reflects ancient cosmological worldview. It reflects an ancient cosmological worldview. It's not described as biological beings or spacecraft, but it indicates a structured hierarchical view of the heavens. Now, in the second book of Kings, there's a fiery ascension event. This occurs, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. And I think this is maybe what you were referencing with Elijah. Absolutely. So, absolutely. And they both start with E, no big deal. Prophetic ascension. This is a prophetic ascension narrative. The fire and whirlwind imagery signal divine presence. There's no mechanical device or craft described, but it does share a thematic pen with other non-departure figures. There's Ezekiel, the complex visionary system, and it's the most detailed text. So basically, there's a whirlwind and cloud approach. There's a fire with cloud, 4 living beings, 4 face the interlocking wheels, radiant expanse, and a human-like figure on. So there's a key being the Hayot, which are the living beings. These are the four faces. There's a human, which is intelligence. There's lion, which generally is a Hebrew word aryeh, which references strength and kingship. There's an ox, which is shore, which is stability and labor, and then an eagle, nesher, which is sky and height. And I should say human is the intelligence aspect about this. The four faces were not necessarily separate beings, but a simultaneous multi-face structure. There's a symbolic representation of the domains of creation, and it reflects absolutely. So this idea reflects the ancient composite throne iconography traditions, and each creature is unified and doesn't have necessarily anatomically separate parts. Now the wheels part, this is Ezekiel 1:15 through 16. We have the Ophanim, which means wheels, a wheel within a wheel. It's described as self-moving. It's coordinated with living beings above them. They contain a spirit or movement. The idea of spirit is a term, ruach, and multi-directional motion without turning. The throne is from Ezekiel 1:26. Above the firmament was the likeness of a throne and the likeness of a human upon it. The entire structure is explicitly likeness, which is the visionary framing of it. It's not described as material architecture. There's a central text for later mystical systems, which is known as the Merkava tradition, and most detailed symbolic system. It's the most detailed symbolic system within prophetic literature. In terms of the idea of a stargate, I think it's important to define what a stargate is. And so if we were to take the traditional idea of maybe like a teleportation, a mode to be able to teleport, that's many times what it's considered. So maybe it creates a portal between two distant locations in space. There's an ancient meaning of this, usually a symbolic doorway between the realms, earth and the heavens, or the physical and spiritual, human and divine, ordinary reality and higher consciousness. People often connect this idea with ancient temples, pyramids, sacred geometry, celestial alignments, myths of gods descending from the sky. Some Enoch's visions have been described as this. The Mesopotamian ziggurats, certainly as mountains connecting heaven and earth. Even the Great Pyramid of Giza and its shafts have been interpreted as this. Now, the idea in terms of perhaps aliens, some modern theories claim ancient civilizations had literal portals or technology given by advanced beings, sometimes connected to the Anunnaki idea. This is popular in some alternative history circles, but generally there's no accepted mainstream archaeological evidence that ancient cultures possessed physical stargate technology, but there is a deeper symbolic idea. The interesting part is that many cultures share the same pattern. There's a boundary that exists between the worlds. A special person or object or location crosses it, and knowledge or power comes back. So some examples of this occur with Enoch ascending to heaven, Elijah being taken upward, shamans traveling between realms, gods descending from sky in some ancient myths, heroes entering the underworld and returning. So whether someone means a literal portal, like we would see in some type of media, or a spiritual symbol, Stargate could represent both of those. It's basically a device or a location, or perhaps the way to travel from one place to another, usually something like a portal between two distant locations. Yes, this is all sacred geometry, and the ancient peoples were always trying to either transcend the real world into some other type of portal. We're obsessed with the infinite, the obsessed with power and energy, and the one interpretation is that they used this type of symbology to be able to describe that which they desired. And all of the examples that you gave are perhaps examples of this. And we use them to this day. So we're not much different, even in corporate logos and such. Many of these ancient symbols are utilized in the modern age. It's an excellent question. There is an argument that CERN itself is a underground project. For those that don't know what we're referencing, this is the super collider in Switzerland that, to my knowledge, is going to close until 2029 to have some renovations, which is somewhat interesting to me. Um, Most certainly, but it's the largest particle collider in the world. I want to say that there's a scientific answer that's given, but then there are also alternative theories. I don't know what I believe, but I will tell you what I've heard. I have heard that CERN is a place that perhaps is a center core for the deep state, that there it may have connections to some type of underground tunnel system, that it may be used as a cover for the intelligence agency, that you can generally say that you're an engineer and people don't press you on the issue too much, especially if you say, oh, they're an engineer at CERN, because then you can really travel the world unobstructed and always be able to give the answer that you're an engineer at CERN. This is a similar cover story that many people gave with the Manhattan Project during the development of atomic weapons in New Mexico. Whether or not this is true, I've also heard some other interesting theories on the matter, that there may be some kind of connection and Lake Geneva, and a some type of layer I've heard before. Whether this is true or not, I don't know. I'm doubtful of anything that I've heard before I see some evidence. But I've Alpine Lake very deep, much deeper than many people think, and that there may have been a tunnel system that has created some kind of base at the on the floor of Lake Geneva that that there's a connection to um, CERN as well, and so it would be easy for people to be able to meet, perhaps in the intelligence world or some type of even off-world entity, by just giving the argument that they are going to CERN. I've also heard the idea of time travel and CERN, and that it could create artificial black holes that could perhaps envelop the entire world. There's not a lot known that's publicly available in terms of many of the clandestine programs that are occurring at CERN. But if time travel is going to occur anywhere, or even any evidence of such, it is my thought that CERN would be probably at the epicenter of this, because it's the largest particle collider in the world. And you had mentioned earlier as well the idea of time travel. Do you want to get into that? Yeah. it was quite interesting. So this is an event I believe that happened in toward the end of 2009. Some people stated that it was a Stargate, like we talked about earlier, because it really did look like a Stargate into the sky. It was basically a blue and white spiral that appeared above Norway, and the spiral seemed to expand with a bright center and huge circular ring. Many people filmed it, and theories spread about UFOs and wormholes, stargates, secret experiments, ancient technology. The official explanation was less mysterious, of course, as it always is, that it was a Russian missile test from the Russian Navy that failed, and the missile was launched from a submarine in the White Sea, and the failure caused fuel or exhaust to escape while the missile was spinning. The sunlight illuminated the expanding spiral plume high in the atmosphere, creating the effect. Basically, a spinning rocket plus leaking fuel or exhaust plus high altitude sunlight plus cold atmosphere equaled a giant spiral in the sky. However, it looked so unnatural because it really looked like a portal. There was circular geometry, a glowing center, an expanding ring, and it was perfectly spiral. And that's what leads me to think it perhaps may have been more than just that Russian test. And it was almost like a door in the sky that would have been described in mythology. And while it's not evidence of a literal Stargate, it is a good example of how perhaps a real event, a real physical event, could resemble an ancient idea about the gateways between the worlds. And imagine if we were ancient people and we saw that, we would think that it was certainly something. Yeah, so that's consistent to what I know. So as I understand, CERN is shutting down for 3 years after that collision, and it's not shutting down permanently, but the Large Hadron Collider is scheduled for a major planned shutdown called Long Shutdown 3 (LS3). So its 2026 run is the final data taking period before this period, and it's planned around this summer. And then there's going to be some major maintenance upgrades and preparation for what's called the high luminosity LHC phrase that's directly from CERN. It's interesting, though, that they would need to shut down for so long. It seems like maybe you could work on it in pieces, but apparently you cannot. And but yeah, as I understand, the final occurs this summer. It will close down mid 2026 or so, and then start up again in 2029. Yeah, most certainly. So just to give some ideas, and we've been talking about myths and religion, philosophy, and such. Ancient religions and myths already contain time distortion ideas. In Hindu tradition, stories describe characters visiting different ages of time, where time flows differently for gods versus humans. Similar ideas appear in Buddhist cosmology and various folklore traditions. Philosophers later questioned time itself. Early thinkers debated whether time is absolute or relative, but no scientific model existed yet. The first clear literary time travel statement in a modern complex, the first recognizable modern time travel story is the 1895 H.G. Wells book, The Time Machine. This is the first major work where a machine is used to intentionally travel into the future. It introduced a mechanical time machine, forward time travel as a scientific concept, a structured explanation of future evolution. This is widely considered the birth of modern time travel fiction. The scientific foundation, the real physics, begin with special relativity that was developed around 1905 by Albert Einstein. It introduced the theory of relativity. The key idea is that time is not absolute. Time slows down at high speeds with time dilation. This means full time travel is real and proven in small amounts. Examples, at age slightly less than people on Earth due to velocity plus gravity effects. Then there's the advent of general 1915, where gravity bends. Strong gravity equals slower time, meaning if you are near a black hole, time dilation supports real forward time travel. There's theoretical backward time travel as well. So physics allows mathematical possibilities, but not proven reality. The possible mechanisms are wormholes, shortcuts, holes, known as Kerr black holes, closed time-like curves. Solutions in Einstein's exist, though it requires exotic matter known to exist, instability, which would causality paradoxes, and these are fascinating to me. Paradoxes, why at least backward time travel is hard. There's the great chain test, you might erase yourself. The bootstrap paradox, information or object with no or razor consistency issues in physics. The main scientific views today, modern physics consensus is that forward time travel is real via relativity. Backward time travel is theoretically possible but unproven and perhaps quite difficult. Most physicists lean toward that nature protects causality. Time travel to the past may be forbidden, but it may not be. But at least utilizing Stephen Hawking's chronology protection conjecture, it may have some forbidden aspects. So in terms of how can we time travel, at least, there are some theorized and some speculation on how we can do it. So, of course, what we just referenced, special relativity, traveling near the speed of light causes time to pass more slowly for the traveler. This was proposed by Albert Einstein. Time dilation has been experimentally confirmed. Astronauts age slightly slower than people on Earth. Faster speeds create greater time differences, and it allows travel into the future, not the past. Then there's general relativity, which we touched on as well, that strong gravity slows time. Massive objects warp space-time. Clocks run slower near strong gravity. GPS satellites must account for the effect. Black holes create extreme time dilation, and future time travel becomes theoretically possible. There's black hole time dilation, where time slows dramatically near a black hole. This is predicted by general relativity. Extreme gravitational fields affect time. Minutes near a black hole could equal years elsewhere. It's been popularized by the movie Interstellar and other works, but there's no practical method currently existing. Then we have wormholes, which are basically hypothetical shortcuts through space-time, sometimes called Einstein-Rosen bridges. They could connect distant locations. They may connect different times. They require exotic material in most models, but these have yet to be observed. There are cosmic strings. So this is a hypothetical defect in space-time. It's been predicted in some cosmological models. They could warp space-time dramatically. They might create closed time-like curves. There's no confirmed detection, and they still remain theoretical. There's a Tipler cylinder, which is an infinitely long rotating cylinder. This was proposed by Frank J. Tipler. The rotation bends space-time. It could theoretically permit time loops. It requires impossible engineering, and it's these are predicted solutions to Einstein's equations. They contain unusual space-time geometries. They may allow closed time-like paths. Internal stability is debated and unproven as time machines. There's closed time-like curves, paths that loop back in time. These are allowed by some relativity solutions. They would return a traveler to an earlier point. They cause causality paradox. They create causality paradoxes. They're extensively studied mathematically, but again, never observed. There are quantum time travel models. These may permit unusual temporal effects. These have been investigated by theoretical physicists. They involve Certainly. Absolutely. They involve quantum information. They remain highly speculative. There's no practical technology that exists, and it has not been experimentally demonstrated. There are many worlds timelines. These are changing the past, creating an alternate timeline. So this is based on interpretations of quantum mechanics. It avoids grandfather paradoxes. They're popular in science fiction. They're not experimentally verified, and again remain hypothetical. There's cryonic suspension. So this is preserving people for the future. Bodies are frozen after death, intended future renewal, not true time travel, and no human has been revived, but it represents one-way future travel conceptually, and in a similar way, even just sleep from a subjective standpoint has an argument of some type of time travel by the person who was asleep. Generation ships. So these are multi-generational space voyages. Travelers experience normal time. Descendants reach distant futures. It's been proposed for interstellar travel. No generation ship exists, but it's sometimes called social time travel. There's relativistic starships, near light speed spacecraft, the use of relativistic time dilation. Travelers age slowly. Earth experiences decades or centuries. This is consistent with known physics. It requires enormous energy. There's suspended animation, the reducing biological activity. It's been studied in medicine. It is inspired by hibernating animals. It could preserve travelers. It's not currently capable of long-term use, and it is a form of future skipping. There's the simulation theory that reality may be a simulation. This is a popular philosophical idea that time could theoretically be manipulated. There's no supporting evidence. It cannot currently be tested conclusively, and it does remain speculative. There's higher dimensional travel. This is moving through extra dimensions. It appears in some theoretical physics. It's common in science fiction. It could bypass normal space-time. There's no evidence for practical use, and it's highly speculative. There's temporal consciousness transfer. This is sending information rather than matter. So this is popular in science fiction. It's the idea that consciousness moves through time, avoiding physical transport issues, no scientific evidence. Again, it's hypothetical. Retrocausality. This is that future events influence past events. It appears in some quantum interpretations. It's studied philosophically. It does not imply human time machines. The evidence remains controversial, and it's mostly theoretical. There's the ancient mythological time shifts. Many traditions describe altered time. This does appear in Jewish, Hindu, Celtic, and Buddhist stories. Heroes enter other realms. Different time rates occur, usually symbolic or theological, and these are not scientific claims. And then there are fictional time machines, the mechanical devices used to travel through time. This was introduced in The Time Machine. They're common in literature and film. It includes vehicles, portals, and devices. Of course, we don't have any real examples yet, and they are fictional concepts. But those are some time travel methods that we can currently hypothesize. And then you also had the question about the moon. Is that correct? Yeah, I do. We can get into that. So we did discuss higher dimensional travel, moving through extra dimensions. In terms of Looking Glass, uh, uh, I think I may have said higher dimensional, but you can use any of them are fine. I feel to use. So if we want to get into the Looking Glass, I do have what I feel to be just some interesting aspects of it. So if you would just bear with me a moment, and I can make some clarifications regarding it. And the the idea that there may be something known as a looking glass that is an actual piece of technology. So this is just a fabulous story that I want to go into. I know that some other people may find it interesting as well. So this is the idea of President Eisenhower, the Greada Treaty narrative, and the Looking Glass system. So this is a story, why this story exists in the system. And I want a narrative, as anything that I've said, there's very little, if no evidence. These are just stories. If anything, we would just be telling a vision or telling an understanding of ancient peoples. But this is a narrative built around the idea that the first contact between humans and non-human intelligence occurred during the Cold War. There are arguments to be made. Maybe it's been happening for longer periods of time, but perhaps this is the first time that we actually had humans had some type of treaty that was developed. The governments treated it as a national security issue, that contact led to controlled agreements rather than open disclosure, that long-term classified programs developed around knowledge gained. And in this work, UFO encounters are not necessarily random events. They represent structured interaction between two technological civilizations. So the Eisenhower era context, the 1950s were framed as a turning point because nuclear weapons were introduced and created a global existential risk. Aerospace technology advanced extremely quickly. Radar and early warning systems began detecting unknown aerial objects. Within the narrative logic, these conditions made contact more likely or more urgent. Leadership decisions would prioritize stability over transparency. Highly classified channels would be used for sensitive encounters. Now, allegedly, and that's with all of this, I can't emphasize that enough, all of this is alleged. Edwards Air Force Base and Holloman Air Force Base had a key role. These bases are central because they are secure, restricted military aerospace facilities. They are already handled experimental aircraft and classified testing. They have large open desert surroundings suitable for controlled operations. The narrative is that Edwards Air Force Base is often framed as an observation or staging site, and Holloman Air Force Base is often framed as a landing or meeting site. The claim sequence pattern was that radar detection of anomalous craft was occurring. There were military interception attempts, controlled landing arrangements, and then restricted access meetings involving secret meetings involving select officials. The Greada Treaty concept is the idea that there was a technology exchange, basically proportion concepts beyond known aerospace capability, energy generation principles not publicly understood at the time, advanced materials knowledge, in exchange for limited human subject involving the alien abduction phenomenon, medical and genetic observation programs, which is what you were referencing earlier, Missy, with the idea of this hybrid DNA type system. Yes. So that may be an example of predictive programming, allowing humans who essentially become exposed to these stimuli before they actually occur. So the secrecy framework was strict compartmentalization, no public acknowledgement, and then controlled dissemination within the government. The logic behind it is that humans are technologically asymmetrical compared to the other party. The agreement is framed as pragmatic survival diplomacy rather than equality. The internal government structure in the narrative is a major part of the story, is this institutional separation. The claims include the creation of special access programs outside normal oversight. Only a small number of officials have full knowledge. Intelligence agencies operate compartmentally. The outcome of the narrative is that knowledge is fragmented across departments. No single person has full visibility. Long-term secrecy becomes self-reinforcing. The technology acceleration theme is a key supporting idea that in post-1950s technological growth is that it's unusually rapid. Areas often cited are aerospace propulsion improvements, satellite reconnaissance development, stealth technology emergence, computing and semiconductor expansion. Some breakthroughs are attributed to direct knowledge transfer, reverse engineered of recovered materials, and indirect inspiration for anomalous anomalous data. Now, this looking glass concept, which is absolutely fascinating to me, this is presented as a later stage development in the same system. The idea is that there's a high-level predictive modeling system designed to simulate future outcomes of complex systems. It uses advanced computation far beyond standard model tools. The claimed capabilities are the projection of geopolitical outcomes, simulation of timeline branching scenarios, identification of stability and collapse points in systems. It is not necessarily magic foresight, it is extreme scale predictive computation. The physical interpretation variations, the system is described inconsistently in different accounts. There's version 1, it's a mirror mirror interface, a reflective surface used as a symbolic interface for viewing outputs. There's version 2, a black box system, a sealed computational device with classified internal architecture. There's version 3, an AI simulation platform, a disturbing computing system running large-scale predictive models. The shared theme is, though, that it functions as a reality modeling interface, not a conventional machine. The looking glass name meaning, there are a few possible meanings. It's a tool for observing alternate outcomes, a boundary between present reality and modeled future, modeled futures, a metaphor for reflective simulation rather than literal optics. The institutional storage claims, and this has always been fascinating to me as well. I'm a Freemason, and there's always been some kind of Freemasonic lore to this, that the looking glass is stored with the Scottish Rite Association. Some versions of the narrative link the system to symbolic institutions. The claims include sensitive systems or archives that are housed in elite ceremonial buildings. Specifically, it's been alleged that this would be the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., is sometimes mentioned. These institutions represent continuity, secrecy, and long-term custody. They serve as symbolic anchors for hidden knowledge systems. I do want to say, though, at least within my lodge, none of this has ever been discussed. So if it's going on, it's perhaps in some other lodge with which I have no connection. I've heard these arguments as well. So the idea of a breakaway capability concept, there's another key idea that there's a long-term separation of technological development. The structure is that highly classified programs operate independently of public science. The funding and oversight are hidden through layered contracting systems. The projects continue across administrations without interruption, and the result is parallel technological development, uneven public understanding of actual capability levels. I've heard that this, if it does exist, this looking glass is basically something at which you can look that can tell you the events that will happen in the future. And I've always thought to myself, if you can have any closed system, whether it's the universe or even the solar system, and you could know the position and velocity, which violates the Heisenberg theory, but if somehow you could get around some of the difficulties of knowing the velocity and position of a particle, you could basically run a simulation in that closed system to know every outcome that may potentially occur. And that's the idea of what the looking glass is. And I just find it to be absolutely fascinating. And one other thing that you had mentioned is Apollo. Is it okay to get into that? Oh, an excellent question. Can I travel forward or backward, or both, or anything that? Yeah, perhaps to a point where the idea of a time traveling craft is created, because then I could, whenever I want, travel to any. You get. Sure. Absolutely, no worries. So the idea, it may seem kind of a creative idea, but I would time travel to whatever time that I could get a time machine, because then I could time travel whenever I want, wherever I wanted, either to the forward or backward. But if we don't have that ability, I would like to perhaps be able to time travel to a time when humanity may be able to delay or perhaps avoid indefinitely the idea of death, because then I could be able to live as a android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of myself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever I want to be, for as long as that I want, and so long as I enjoy it. But I would probably say if I were going to go in the future, that's when I would go. As for the past, it'd be nice to just go back to 2009 and just buy all the Bitcoin that would be needed and immediately be the wealthiest person on earth, okay, or so. But without having that kind of foreknowledge, I don't know if I would very much like many ancient times. They seem to be quite brutal. But I very much would also like probably 1950s California. Seems to be an age of for some people, not for all people. There's certainly a lot of segregation and things that were occurring then, but it seems to be a time where the American future seemed bright, where the opportunity for the golden age of development seemed on the being at the precipice of that. The discussion of the space race was occurring, and it just seemed to be a more innocent time for some people. But again, not for all people. So if I had to go back in the past, it might not necessarily be all that far back. 1950s California seems quite potentially quite enjoyable. In the future, if I could go at any time, it would be a time when I could get into a time machine. What about you, Missy? What would you choose? Absolutely. All right. Okay. Absolutely. So I'd like to first say, what evidence do we have that we did go to the moon? I think that's important, and then we will have any type of evidence that we didn't. So the big thing, and something that for many years I had faith in, were the retroreflectors. Retroreflectors, basically laser ranging experiments. Astronauts allegedly placed special mirror arrays on the lunar surface during the Apollo missions, Apollo 11, 14, and 15. Allegedly, these are still used today. Observatories on Earth bounce lasers off them to measure the Earth-Moon distance with centimeter precision. The experiment is called lunar laser ranging. It requires precise placement by humans on the moon. It's still independently used by observatories worldwide, and allegedly, it's not it cannot be replicated by unmanned probes of the 1960s era. I will say this though: I have heard the skeptics say that the moon is reflective enough that these types of retroreflectors are not necessary, nor were they necessary. And there's even evidence that the Russians in the late 1950s, early 1960s were able to do this before anyone had gone to the moon. So, and I want to say for this topic, it's near and dear to my heart. I'm very passionate about it, but I want to leave the options open for the audience, because I don't want to necessarily be biased in one way or another. That's why I'm going to give both sides. The next piece of evidence that's given is that the Apollo landing sites are visible from orbit. Modern spacecraft has photographed Apollo landing sites. NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has captured descent stages, astronaut walking paths, equipment left behind. These images show disturbances in hardware consistent with human missions. I will say this, I've seen them all, and if you can make that out, that's fine. It looks like a white pixel to me. My vision is certainly lacking. I don't have the best vision by any means, but the pictures are open to interpretation in my mind. The next are independent tracking by multiple countries. During the Apollo missions, the Soviet Union tracked Apollo spacecraft trajectories. Other countries with radio astronomy capabilities also monitored the signals. There's the argument that the USSR was a direct competitor in the space race and had no incentive to validate the US claims. Their tracking confirmed translunar injection and lunar orbit insertion. There is some argument, though, to be made that the USSR was perhaps bribed to keep their mouth shut on this topic, or perhaps given incentives. I believe there were some major agricultural incentives that were given during a time in the Soviet Union when grain was scarce. And then there was also perhaps an agreement, because the Soviet Union may have had some malfeasance that went on with Yuri Gagarin and their first person orbiting the Earth, or first person into orbit. So the idea might have been that there was an agreement between the USSR and the United States that Russia would get credit for the first human in space, and that the United States would get credit for the first manned moon landing, and they would not investigate each other. The next piece of evidence that's given are the returned lunar samples, physical rocks. Apollo missions returned about 382 kilometers or 842 pounds of lunar material. These samples have been studied globally. The key scientific confirmations, there are different isotopic composition than Earth rocks. There's a lack of water-altered minerals consistent with airless environment. There's exposure to cosmic rays and solar wind and micrometeorite impact traces. These samples are distributed to research labs worldwide, including outside the United States. I will say this, there was a member of European leadership who was given one of these, allegedly from Neil Armstrong, and he had it tested, and it turned out to be fossilized wood, essentially. So whether that's true, I wasn't there for any of this. I wasn't there. I don't know. And I think it's brave and okay to say that with stuff, whether it's religion or science or extraterrestrials. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. The next is independent scientific verification. Universities, geological institutes, international laboratories, their findings consistently confirm extraterrestrial origin, though I don't know how you would prove that. Exposure history consistent with lunar surface conditions. There's communication and signal tracking. Apollo missions were transmitted. They transmitted voice communications, telemetry data, video feeds. These signals were received by NASA ground stations, independent observatories, international tracking stations. The engineering consistency across the entire program. The Apollo program involved over 400,000 engineers and contractors, thousands of subcontractors, multiple redundant systems. To fabricate the missions, it would require coordinated silence across decades, consistently across independent organizations, perfect replication of physics, consistent telemetry, trajectories, and materials. Well, there hasn't been coordinated silence on this issue. There have been whistleblowers. We have proof just from the Manhattan Project that a project with hundreds of thousands of people being involved, that secrecy could be kept through compartmentalization. So to me, that's not the strongest argument. The later missions confirm the earlier ones. Japan's JAXA lunar orbiters, India's missions, NASA's LRO mission. These missions map Apollo sites, confirm surface disturbances, match coordinates with Apollo mission logs. The radio and trajectory physics, Earth's departure trajectory, translunar injection, lunar orbit insertion, descent and ascent profiles, return re-entry physics. Human presence documentation. Evidence includes thousands of photographs, continuous video footage from multiple missions, in-flight telemetry logs, and mission transcripts recorded in real time. I don't think that there are. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. I have notes on all of these topics. I'm asked about them regularly, and I felt it was time to organize them. So there's. I have extensive blogs. The main one that you can read a lot of my beliefs and thoughts, but they're more on real world topics. You can find it at rabbirothschild.medium.com. I would like to write many books in the future, especially with the advent of AI. I think that's much more realistic than it once was. You could probably write a book and edit it and publish it within about a month if you really put your mind to it, when in the past that might take several years to do. It very well could be, and is. Yes, I do, if it's not already. So we're in a period of artificial narrow intelligence, which is basic AI. We are currently perhaps in the age of artificial general intelligence, where AI has the knowledge of moving into the human realm and then perhaps surpassing human intelligence. And then certainly once we get into artificial super intelligence, it will have become sentient. It most certainly, it's like any tool. I see it. Fire, you could use fire for good or bad. The wheel, you could use for good or bad. Steam, good or bad. Electricity, good or bad. The computer, the good or bad. And AI is very similar to this. So if you let fire get out of hand, it will kill you and it will kill everyone around you. AI could do the same. So you have to keep it under control. It is just a tool. It's an extremely valuable and powerful tool, and it can be used for good or bad. I'm in agreement with you that. Do I think that large language models really took their first exposure to the public on November 30th, 2022, with the launch of ChatGPT? No, we've seen earlier versions of this, and perhaps this type of technology may be reverse engineered at some point of some type of alien craft, or some type of agreement that we've had. But in terms of, is it evil? Not necessarily. Is it good? Not necessarily. It depends who uses it and for what purpose. I do. With Haley Joel Osment. Yeah. Osment. And it depends how you want to define AI. Would that's certainly a concern. We can get to that in a moment. There's an argument to be made that the first cyborgs are already existing. Uh, there's the first successful Neuralink patient. His name is Nolan Aspro. He had Neuralink, a brain computer interface company owned by Elon Musk, had the implant that occurred in 2021 and has been able to, or let's say early 2020s, and has been able to play video games better than your average human can. He has even surmised that in the future, in video game systems, we will need to have two leagues, one with people with brain computer interfaces and other people who are organic, almost in a similar way to where we have people who compete in athletics in organic terms and then enhanced games. I have seen it, yes. Absolutely. Another Steven Spielberg associated project. And in terms of cybernetics, this is really, in simple terms, biology plus technology. And there are arguments to be made that anybody with a pacemaker has cybernetics or has the elements of a cyborg. There are arguments to be made that even people who utilize pharmaceuticals and vitamins in many ways are extending their life artificially, and they are maybe the early primitive versions of cybernetic beings. And then we're eventually going to move into beings that have purely cyborg-like bodies and perhaps organic brains, or a hybrid of an organic cybernetic brain, and one that can upload its mind into a computer through mind uploading or some other similar type of technology. And let's get. I have not, but I do know of that technology. Generally, I've heard it known as a Santa Claus machine or a replicator, basically a 3D printer or even a 4D printer that's connected to all of the elements in the periodic table that can create anything that is necessary, including organic beings and inorganic beings. So in terms of why the claims that the Apollo missions went to the moon, and I think that there's some clarification that should be made there. We're talking. So that's the major argument that is made by many of the skeptics of the moon landing, and we'll get into that in a moment. I do want to say that maybe this is for another time when we can perhaps discuss the secret space program. Perhaps something like that has been going on and persists outside the purview of public disclosure. But what we're talking about with the Apollo moon landings are a series of alleged moon landings that occurred beginning on July 20th, 1969, involving Neil Armstrong, the first purported man to walk on the moon, Buzz Aldrin, the second purported man to walk on the moon, and Michael Collins, who stayed in the orbiter around the moon, did not actually touch the surface of the moon. So the reasons why people say this hasn't occurred goes to what you're saying, Missy, the Van Allen radiation belts, which is this area of perhaps immense radiation extending from about 1,000 miles off of the Earth's surface and extending for another tens or anywhere between 10 and 35,000 miles into space. There's an inner Van Allen belt and an outer Van Allen belt. There are arguments to be made, at least in the past, that immense amount of shielding would be needed to be able to get through these Van Allen radiation belts, and that aside from the Apollo moon landings, or Apollo moon missions, I should say, and the most recent Artemis 2 mission that occurred in April of 2026, just a few months ago, no human has ever traveled more than approximately 700 miles or so off of the surface of the Earth. So basically, we don't have a lot of evidence of humans being able to do this. And then all of a sudden, we're able to do it multiple times without any casualties. There are a lot of skeptics who believe, there are a lot of people who are skeptical of this. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that funny? April 1st, 2026. So this is a program that happened April 1st, 2026 until April 10th, 2026. It involved 4 individuals. Allegedly, they went further into space than any humans have gone. They went around the dark side of the moon. And I was frankly very disappointed with it, with the amount of evidence that they have. I'm a human who's been live streaming my life 24/7 for more than 4 years. And if I can live stream my life, I have the feeling that they should be able to live stream what they're doing, and they were not. We have heard that they have tens of thousands of pictures that are published. Go to the NASA website, the Artemis 2 multimedia page, and there are fewer than 1,000 pictures that are posted. Most of them are of the crew either before takeoff or after splashdown. Very few pictures that we get of the Earth. Even the pictures that we get of the Earth are very blurry. They're not high def. We don't have videos, which is what I would expect. If I can live stream my life, I expect NASA to be able to live stream such an event as that. And I'm able to do it from multiple angles. I want the same for NASA. So I'm skeptical of that event. When NASA says that they have over 20 hours of video footage, but you go to their website and it's fewer than 10 minutes, I'm skeptical of that. When NASA went into space for 10 days, but still only publicly acknowledge that they have 20 hours worth of footage, I'm saying to myself, if you were there for 10 days, you should have 240 hours worth of footage, at least from one camera. Why wouldn't you live stream this? This would be such an amazing accomplishment to be able to do a time lapse of what life was, of what the going up in the craft would be, going around the dark side of the moon and coming back for splashdown. We don't have that. Never a straight answer. Well, thank you. And thank you to your audience. I do my best. If you haven't heard about me before, you will in the future. I want to help all of those people. They've really asked really great questions, and I appreciate their engagement. If I may, I want to just review some of the reasons why skeptics, absolutely. First and foremost, I've got to say a shout out to some of the people in the skeptic community. One is Bart Sibrel. He published a movie called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I recommend it. It's less than an hour. It's an excellent use of your time. You will be able to see allegedly the video of Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins saying that they're halfway to the moon when they are in low Earth orbit, and they rehearse the faking or alleged faking of moon shots, or I should say Earth outside the window of the craft. It's not something I can necessarily describe all that well here. Just look at it. It's A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Another amazing video of Bart Sibrel is called Astronauts Gone Wild. This is a man who was always fascinated with the moon and felt betrayed because he learned from some people within the community that the Apollo missions at least, may not have been as accurate as described. And he confronted all of the living astronauts he could find, including Neil Armstrong, including Buzz Aldrin, who punches him in the face, including Michael Collins. And you see it. I'm not saying I can necessarily discern someone's guilt or innocence, But when these people are aggressive towards you, they punch you, they run away from you. If I went to the moon, I would be telling everybody about it. I'd be the biggest celebrity in the world. I would never shut up about this. I'd write books. I would document my life. I would be bigger than the biggest celebrity of all time. But generally, the Apollo astronauts lived lives generally quite conceited. They lived quiet lives, working for defense contractors, making huge amounts of money. That was perhaps some type of an exchange. And for instance, Neil Armstrong, after the press conference that he did, the post-flight press conference, really doesn't make another public speech about the moon until he did for its 25th anniversary or so at a university. And he uses very cryptic language. If I went to the moon, it would not take me 25 years to talk about it publicly. I would make doc about it, and it wouldn't just be a clip of it. I would do long-term discussions of what it was like, what it felt like, what the temperature was like. The Apollo astronauts generally are quite quiet on that, and they contradict themselves, which is very questionable. Some of them say that they initially did not go through the Van Allen radiation belts. Some of them don't even know what they are. And this is caught on camera, so I can't do it justice. You should check out the A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which is available generally on YouTube, but also at Sabrel.com. It's documentarian. Also watch Astronauts Gone Wild. There are some other people within the moon skeptic community, including Ralph Renee and Jara White and quite a few then I can just think of off the top of my head, who have really all pushed for answers. None of them necessarily feels that they absolutely know everything, but there are some questions that certainly still exist. So if you haven't had the chance, watch those two films, and it will answer a lot of the questions. And it's I certainly agree that there's an electricity within birth pangs, in both good and bad. There's the pain of it, and then there's certainly the idea that life is being brought to the forefront, and there's something really cool about that. In terms of other people who really brought the idea of the moon hoax, alleged, to the forefront. There's Bill Kaysing. He is often considered the person who popularized the moon hoax movement. He wrote "We Never Went to the Moon" in 1976, claiming NASA staged the landings. There's, of course, Bart Sabrel. There's David Percy, who's a British writer, producer associated with these arguments. There's Gerhard Wisniewski. He wrote about the alleged skepticism in Germany. There's Philippe Leheroux, another international promoter of these claims. The major things that you're going to see, though, just watch A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon and Astronauts Gone Wild. And if you still aren't convinced that something funny went on, please come to my Discord. Come to my Discord anyway, discord.me/rabbi. Let's talk it out. I love this subject. But yeah, so the argument is made that Stanley Kubrick, in exchange for being able to perhaps money and the ability to use some advanced camera for his movie, it's escaping me right now. I'll think of it in a second. No. Yes, he did. Yeah, room. Yeah, it's room. So let's reference this. Stanley Kubrick. There are pictures of him with people within NASA, upper echelon people, right around the end of the 1960s. Of course, he was the director of 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is the first time humans really got a realistic version of what life was like in space. The idea is that he put a lot of clues within his movies. Room 237, I believe, in The Shining is what you're referencing. So the clues that point to this, one of the characters is wearing an Apollo 11 sweater. Room 237 is generally said to be a reference to the fact that the moon is 237 miles from Earth, and that there are different visuals that reference NASA, space, and hidden knowledge, including the carpet and the Apollo launch pavilion, and there are videos that I've seen of Stanley Kubrick. I don't know if these are true. I don't know if these are AI. I don't think they're AI though, because I saw them before AI really was in the mainstream. And I don't think they were computer generated, but allegedly Stanley Kubrick, there's a list of people who were allowed to go to the desert. And if you just give me a moment, I will give you a breakdown of the people, including President Johnson, who were allowed to go to a military base in, I believe, New Mexico, and it starts with an E. And they had like highest clearance to be able to shoot this. It was shot in a warehouse, and basically like it was a very very high secrecy event. I've seen video of Stanley Kubrick and Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, at least in the same area, but I can't find it since then. It's kind of one of those things that that has been wiped from the internet, but I saw it at one point. Now the base in New Mexico, it starts with an E, and I'm going to get it in a second, and we'll know more about this. But the idea is that Stanley Kubrick was the person who directed this, and the idea was that the movie that he needed the camera on is Barry Lyndon, and the reason why is because the camera that was used would be able to allow him to film a movie just using candlelight, which was the idea of that. And it's so the idea, there was a whistleblower who had a deathbed confession of their father, who said their father actually killed someone in terms of this. So if you would just give me a moment, and I will get the specifics of this. So it was Eugene Gilmore claimed his father, who was supposedly a NASA-related insider security person, confessed before dying that the Apollo moon landing was staged in a studio. This claim was promoted in connection with Bart Sibrel. Some versions state that the confession revealed a secret film location and a list of people verified on the set. And I believe Bart Sibrel talks a little bit about this on the Joe Rogan Experience, if you're familiar with that podcast, and discussed that this list was like the upper echelons of NASA, and it was not like thousands of people who were there. This was allegedly, it happened. Oh, it wasn't an E. It's Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. Apologies. So Cyrus Eugene Akers told his son that the fake Apollo filming operation happened there, and that President Lyndon Johnson supposedly provided a list of VIPs opportunity to see it. The list was never necessarily publicly verified or authenticated, but some people who were there were Lyndon Johnson, NASA officials, and scientists military officials, government figures. There was a specific alleged 15 name list, but that hasn't been independently produced as evidence. But the idea is that this happened at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. I'm not sure, but here's what I can tell you. There's the idea of the moon. There are photographic anomalies. These include no visible stars in lunar sky photos. The shadows appear non-parallel or inconsistent. Lighting that seems like studio lighting. The American flag appearing to wave. That's really undeniable that the American flag waves, and there are all kinds of theories as to why this occurs. The arguments are the context explanation. Camera exposure settings were optimized for bright lunar surface, not faint stars. Uneven terrain causes shadow angle variation. The flag motion came from astronauts rotating the pole, not wind, no atmosphere. The next is what we talked about, the Van Allen radiation belt argument. Some argue astronauts could not have safely traveled through the Van Allen radiation belt surrounding Earth. Their claim is the radiation levels would have been lethal with 1960s technology. Why it's raised, the belts contain charged particles. They sound like a major hazard in simplified descriptions. The context of this claim, trajectory through the belts was fast and carefully planned. Spacecraft shielding and mission timing reduced exposure. Radiation dose recorded by astronauts was within safe limits for short duration transit. But I will say this, one thing that isn't normally discussed are solar storms that can occur that can significantly impact the amount of solar radiation to which people may be exposed. The flag and movement and vacuum misinterpretation is cited as a point. The American flag appears to ripple or move in videos. The context is the flag had a horizontal support rod. The motion came from astronauts planting it, and the pole oscillating in a vacuum. Motion dampened slowly due to a lack of air resistance. Lighting and shadow geometry confusion. Some observers argue the shadows point in different directions. Lighting seems too uniform or stage-like. Why it seems suspicious. On Earth, studio lighting is often single source or controlled. Lunar terrain is uneven with slopes and craters. The context explanation is that the sun is a single light source. Uneven surfaces alter apparent shadow angles. Camera perspective distortion of perception. Radiation temperature and survivability doubts. Another argument is environmental extremes. There's extreme heat and cold on the lunar surface. Just to give people an idea, the lunar surface in the sun is hotter than in an oven, and in the shade is colder than a freezer. That's an extreme amount of fluctuation. No atmosphere or protection. The argument is that humans could not survive such conditions in 1960s equipment. The context is that astronauts were insulated, wearing pressurized suits. The missions were short, hours on surface, not prolonged exposure, and life support systems were engineered specifically for these conditions. The next argument is technology limitations of the 1960s. A common skepticism point is that computers at the time were far weaker than modern phones. The claim is navigation, landing, communication were too advanced for the era. Why it seemed persuasive. Modern expectations bias perception of past technology. The context is that the Apollo guidance computer was specialized, not general purpose. Missions relied heavily on pre-calculated trajectories. Ground control performed much of the computation. A lack of independent live public tracking. Some argue that only NASA claimed success. No independent confirmation at the time. The context is, or this claim is, other countries or observatories did not verify the missions. The context is multiple non-U.S. tracking stations and observatories did monitor Apollo signals. The Soviet Union tracked Apollo trajectories due to the space race monitoring. Much verification was not widely publicized or to the general public at the time. There's, of course, suspicion of government motivations, that there was a Cold War pressure to beat the Soviet Union, political motivation to win the space race, the possibility of stage demonstration for propaganda value. Also, President Kennedy, who died November 22nd, 1963, had made the prediction by the end of the decade of the 1960s that this would occur. Why these influence the belief? The large-scale government programs are sometimes viewed skeptically. High political stakes make the idea of deception seem plausible to some people. Some people say that rocks or terrain look too perfect or studio-like. Background mountains appear close or artificial. The idea is that the moon has no atmospheric haze. Distant objects appear sharper. Wide-angle lenses distort perception or distance. Lighting is harsh and unfiltered compared to the Earth. Now, I can't show pictures and I can't show video. Just watch a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. You will see there's something called the C, basically what looks like to be a paper mache rock that has the letter C in it, that is consistent with how people use props within movies. Additionally, if you think of all of the pictures that you see of the moon, they're all the same, where it's flat and then there's like a line and then you get mountains in the background. This is very similar to how 2001: A Space Odyssey was shot. Basically, I can't do this topic justice without showing pictures and going really in depth. For the listeners out there, whether you're a believer or a skeptic, watch A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, watch Astronauts Gone Wild, and watch some of the other evidence that is purported, and make up your own mind. I am somebody who wants it to be true. I wanted to dedicate my life to space, and in many ways have, in addition to live streaming my life. But I certainly think some questions exist, and they still exist with Artemis 2. Why don't we see more stars? Why don't we have a continuous live stream? Why don't we have many pictures of the backside of the moon, or video, long videos of the backside of the moon? I'm not. That's freaky. Absolutely. Very well could be. Well, with that, I want to thank your audience. I want to thank you first and foremost, Missy, for giving me this opportunity to share just some of the knowledge. Additionally, I want to thank the audience for their amazing questions. Shout out to you all for being skeptics and deep thinkers and wanting to know more and not being satisfied with the status quo. So excellent. I tip my cap to you all. If you want to find more about me, the best place to do it, find my social media, is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can read my writings on rabbirothschild.medium.com. You can join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Or if you want to just connect with me 24 hours a day and watch my life, type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and make sure to filter by live. That's very important. Filter by live, and you will see huge, and God willing, in the future, these types of discussions that we've had will become more mainstream because of people opportunity to share their knowledge and what they believe and what they've discovered and what they continue to learn. So thank you so much, and thank you again to your audience. I very much appreciate this opportunity. Oh, I love them too. Thank you so much, everyone. I look forward to further discussions. Thank you. Great question. Let me check my calendar. Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity, Missy. This was wonderful. Okay. I do have. Okay, mine may be two. Just one moment. I had someone who had to reschedule one today, which is great because that meant I could go along with you. And I believe they rescheduled to next Tuesday. So let me take a look at my Wednesday schedule and we can lock something in. And you have a really great audience. You should know that. Most certainly. Okay. Way too expensive. Yeah, I can help you with all that. Okay, so let's lock in and then we'll talk about the technology. So you're talking Wednesday, July 1st, correct? Okay. Does the same time work for you? Noon, your time? Okay. That's 9 o'clock my time. So just one moment. And I'll get you scheduled in. And I know I talk a lot because I have a lot to share. And you should know that if you ever are in the chat or whatever and you're just like, I need to go take a break or something like that, go for it. I can keep going. I have extensive notes on things that I think are probably really of interest to your audience, including like I didn't even really get into emerging technologies or hypothetical technologies. So perhaps the next time we'll be able to get into more of those. And then all of the other topics that we discussed. I am going to lock you in for 3 hours. I'm not saying we'll need all that, but just in case. And then we are okay. So I can tell you, I podcast with a lot of different people, and the main platforms that people use are StreamYard and Riverside and Zoom. Yeah, so I am going to look up the pricing on it for you, and absolutely everything I do is free. You could just do it on YouTube. You could just do it on Rumble, if that's of interest to you. That's okay. That's okay. And you should know, do you ever use Discord? Oh, I agree. I agree. Okay, so I can help you with all of that. If you wanted to do this for free, there are ways. So in terms of Riverside, how much is it for their pro? It's like $24 a month, so it's more expensive than StreamYard. So that is not the way we want to go. If I were you, no, $24 a month. Oh yeah, you're right. You said it was 80. Okay, so if you wanted to do it for free, this is how you can do it. You can just have a Discord. I can help you set that up, which is like a video calling, and it's a really great place. But it does video, and then I can teach you. Do you have a computer? Okay, so Yeah. Okay. So if you don't have a computer, then my freeway is going to cause you probably some issues. So um, what you can do is utilize it's something called Riverside, which allows for video calls. There's also Zoom. I'm sure you're familiar with. Yeah, you can always email me if you need to. So, and I'll give you any kind of breakdown that you want. Okay, so you can uninstall and reinstall Zoom. There's certainly Teams, but nobody really uses that for podcasting. There's Riverside, which um, I think people think is the best. Um, whether you'll see how user friendly it is and stuff. Some of these platforms, especially if they're not live, they have an option to record on both ends. So if like during that discussion of 3 hours, like my Wi-Fi down for a little bit or whatever with my computer, I don't know. I was just going and recognized that hopefully we reconnect. But with some of these other platforms, you can view my I could send you like at the end it will upload my version and it uploads your version and then completes anything that basically got cut out. So they're basically like redundant versions of it just in case anything happens. um, yeah, yeah. I know people who I have one friend, he's in Czech. Yeah, absolutely. I do Discord. So how could we do it on Discord? Um, well, uh, yeah, let's talk about that. I 100% agree. And you get questions. I get exactly. I've written on that topic. That's very annoying to me. I know exactly what you're going through. Okay. Um, Let me ask you this. Do you have at all a laptop budget or it has to be free? Sure. So yeah, you can get a very good laptop, a Lenovo laptop, just what I'm using right now. Um, it's it's a business class version of it, and you can get a refurbished version of it on Amazon through a verified third party seller for about $250, which is not free, but it will allow you to have like maybe between 250 gigabytes and a terabyte of storage. It'll be much faster. It'll allow you more options. So I did. Right. Okay. So one thing that I would recommend that you download, you can do it right now. They have an app called TeraBox, TeraBox. This will give you a free, unlimited free, like meaning not just 14 days or something, terabyte of storage. So if you know how big a terabyte is, you can store all of your shows on there. You can store all of your pictures on there, and it's not like it just started. It's been around for at least 5 years, And so that's a free terabyte. Right now, your Gmail account only allows you 15 gigabytes, and your Apple account only allows you 5 gigabytes. So the terabyte is going to be 200 times bigger than both of them. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, and you can share files between the two. So it's called Terabox, Terabox. It's phenomenal. You're welcome, Sue. Okay. Sounds like a plan, Missy. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. I did too. If you have the opportunity to talk to any members of your community, thank them on my behalf again. They had really wonderful questions, and I very much enjoyed the opportunity. Take care, Missy. Thank you. Bye. Oh, boy. Oh. 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 Are you happy? Yeah, dog, that was amazing. Could it have gone better? Yeah, my internet could have not cut out, but that's part for the course for 3 hours of my streaming. Oh, man. Oh, are you happy? Yeah, those are some difficult questions, too, that they raised. Shout out, if anybody from Missy's group can hear me, shout out to you guys. You guys asked really great questions and challenged me. And I'm glad that I prepped so well for it, because I needed every second that I prepped for that. And I'm just really, really drained. I mean, I could go another 5 hours, but I'm really proud of that interview. It was very good. You got to ask Rabbi's a pimp. Yeah, I'm a cool guy, dog. Everybody knows that. Oh, man. Was that the most difficult interview you ever had? It was the longest. But was it the most difficult? I would say yes. But I got asked everything from Secret Space Program to Anunnaki and Nephilim and Anak, and it was incredibly exhaustive. Like, normally I'm allowed to just go. I got question after question, a lot of questions, and we went into time travel and the moon, and I loved her audience. I didn't know if the audience listens to me, I don't know what you're going to think of me. You're going to be like, where did this guy come? Why isn't he like a mainstream ufologist? I just learned from good people. Was that a good interview? Yeah, it was exhaustive because we just went through so much stuff. Are you happy? Yeah. If anybody's watching this right now, you should know
I do this after every major podcast where I do a debriefing. How could it have gone better? How could it have not? I want people to hear what I'm thinking because I know somebody's going to be watching someday. But normally, do I talk afterward like this? No, I'm pretty quiet. Oh. I absolutely hate when my internet is just like spinning or whatever, or disconnects, and I am just sitting there like, is anybody hearing me? What was the favorite question that you got?
There were a lot of good ones. I like that Portal one. What is it? I don't even know. Star Portal? Actually, I like the one that was like, are you channeling this? No, I have notes. For how long do you think you could have gone today? With the amount of notes that I prepared, I could have gone 24 hours. Really? Absolutely. No questions, just let me talk. I could have gone 24 hours. Just on the alien timeline, I think. Really? Uh-huh. Yeah, pretty easily, I think. Really? Yeah, I think I have about 24 hours of just alien timeline with you. More than that. But like, I could tell. That was phenomenal. Was it though? Fuck. You're a rabbi. Why are you saying the F word? I don't want people to tell my kids how they can and can't speak. Okay. Whatever that means. Are you proud? Dude, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of what I just... I'm so proud. Is that the one after which you've been the most proud? We just did 3 hardcore hours. I'm proud. What do you think of Missy? She asks excellent questions. She presses you. She's a kind person, though. I didn't know at first how it was going to go down because I never know about like connectivity and processing and all that stuff. Are you a pimp? Baby's I'm the biggest pimp of all time. Everybody knows that. Your light tree says, warning, Rabbi is a pimp. Yes, it does. Bunch of mine kids. A man who can easily attract women. Just me, the cool guy.
excellent, fashionable, stylish. Example, when I was in middle school, the cool kids would say, that kid is a pimp. There you go. Meaning they were cool. Pimping ain't easy. I have to look all the way back to this morning when I said, what up, pimp? Exactly. Cool people know what that shit means, dog. Pimp Chronicles. Does it mean cool guy? It does mean cool guy. Does it? Yeah. Are you a cool guy? F yeah, I'm a cool guy. I'm the coolest MF of all time, dog. What would you say if it meant it's someone who's sex trafficked? I mean, it means that too. Like, do you want to associate yourself with being a sex trafficker? No. Then why do you associate yourself with being a pimp? Because cool people know that when you say that motherfucker's a pimp, they do not mean this motherfucker sex trafficks. They mean this motherfucker gets chicks. Really? Dog. Are you proud of how that went? I'm incredibly proud. Are you? Yep. Are you channeling this? Watch, I'm like, yeah, I'm channeling this. I just have notes. Dude, shout out to Obsidian. Nobody even knows what that software is, but it's baller. Are you proud though? Yeah. Could it have gone better? Yeah, my internet couldn't. It might not. My internet didn't go cool. Okay. You went 3 hours, dog. Of just question after question after question after question. Are you proud? Dude, I'm so proud of that discussion. That was really good. Of course, nothing's going to be recording, probably. Could it have gone better? Yeah, my internet could not cut out. What else? I could have. Whose name was I struggling on? But I really wanted. I got it eventually, but I forget his name now. Whatever his name is, started with J or K or whatever. Could it have gone better? Yeah, my internet could not cut out. What would you have done differently in your preparation? I would have actually prepared more for the moon. Was your religious preparation adequate? I'm proud of it. Are you channeling this? What's the book of Enoch? I guess it's as good as mine, though. That's the Epic of Gilgamesh. My parents are going to be like, what the fuck was that? I'm going to be like, that Michael Jordan? They're going to be like, dog. Just went from human live streaming to aliens and anarchy and the book of Ezekiel and Elijah and what else would you change? I want maybe I should use that keyboard, a different keyboard. But with a backlight. Like the big thing I was struggling with was typing with a backlight. Are you proud of how that went? Dude, incredibly. Are you exhausted? I could go for 24 hours. If somebody would listen to me, I could go for 24 hours or longer. I mean, until I pass out. And then be like, dog, then you can watch me sleep, and then I'll be right back. And then I got a daven with suits, and then watch do Kabbalah with suits. And then, yeah, but then we'll do it. Missy, you made my flipping day when you were like, they loved you. I love them. Is there anything that you would have changed aside from
Could it have gone better?